walk out this door, but someday you'll walk back in. Darling, I know this will be. Sometimes it takes some time out on your own now to find your way back. Love will lead you back. Someday I just know that love will lead you back to my arms where you belong. Sure as stars are shining, one day you will find me again. It won't be long. One of these days our love will lead you back. I will try to stop you now from leaving, 'cause in my heart I know someday. I just know that love will lead you back to my arms where you belong. Sure as stars are shining, one day you will find me again. It won't be long. One of these days our love will lead you back. Someday I just know that love will lead you back to my arms. It won't be long. One of these days our love will lead you back.
Oh, it's so sexy, y'all.
I don't know where you're going or when you're coming home. I left the keys under the mat to our front door. For one more chance to hold you close. I don't know where you're going. Get your back
We both knew this type of life didn't come with instructions, so I'm trying to do my best to make something out of nothing. And sometimes it gets downright shitty. In fact, when you calling, I don't even know what city I'm at or what day of the week, in the middle of a month, in a year I don't recall. It's like my life's on repeat. And the last time we spoke, I told you I wouldn't be long. That was last November, now December's almost gone. I'd apologize, but I don't realize what I'm doing wrong. I never know.
where you're going or when you're coming home. I left the keys under the mat to our front door. For one more chance to hold you close. I don't know where you're going. Get your
And you've been nothing but amazing, and I never take that for granted. Half of these birds would have flew the coop with you truly understand it. And the fact you stood beside me every time you heard some bogusness, you deserve a standing no, 'cause they'd have just been over it. Let them talk, let them talk, let them talk, let them talk. Like we don't hear what they saying. Let them walk, let them walk, let them walk, let them walk. Just drive by and keep waving, 'cause you and I above all that. Just let them wallow in it. Now they all choked up, yup, 'cause they be swallowing it.
Where you going? Or when you're coming home. I left the keys under the mat.
me down like you do, sweetheart. You keep doing that, I'll keep doing this, and we'll be alright then. Trust that. We put the us in trust, baby. Ow, let's go!
I don't care what you're after, as long as I'm the one. No, I don't care why you're leaving. You'll miss me when you're gone. Where you going? When you're coming. I'll never give you
I'm home, baby.
I'm booking myself a one-way flight. I gotta see the color in your eyes. You're telling myself I'm gonna be alright without you, baby, is a waste of time. Yeah, our first date, girl, the seasons changed. It got washed away in the summer rain. You can't undo a fall like this, 'cause love don't know what distance is. Yeah, I know it's crazy, but I don't want good and I don't want good enough. I want can't sleep, can't breathe without your love. Front porch and one more kiss. It doesn't make sense to anybody else. Who cares if you're all I think about? I've searched the world and I know now it ain't right if you ain't lost your mind. Yeah, I don't want easy, I want crazy. Are you with me, baby? Let's be crazy. Be scared, don't wanna know why. I wanna feel good, don't have to be right. The world makes all kinds of rules for love. I see you gotta let it do what it does. I don't want just another hug and a kiss goodnight. Catching up calls and a date sometimes. I love that we're rebels and we still believe we're the kind of crazy people wish that they could be. And I know we're crazy. Front porch and one more kiss. It doesn't make sense to anybody else. Who cares if you're all I think about? I've searched the world and I know now it ain't right if you ain't lost your mind. Yeah, I don't want easy, I want crazy. Are you with me, baby? Let's be crazy. Kiss. It doesn't make sense to anybody else. Who cares if you're all I think about? I've searched the world and I know now it ain't right if you ain't lost your mind. Yeah, I don't want easy, I want crazy. Yeah, look at us, baby. Tonight the midnight rules are breaking. There's no such thing as wild enough, and maybe we just think too much. Who needs to play it safe in love? Let's be crazy. Who cares if we're crazy? We gotta be crazy. I know that we're crazy, so let's be crazy. Yeah.
done this. Mark your mark, and I'm here to move you. Rhymes improve you, and I'm here to prove to you that we can party on the positive side. I'm poke positive vibes, come along for the ride. Thinking you feel my rhythm is my occupation, so feel the vibration. Come on, come on. Feel it, feel it. Feel the vibration.
It's such a good vibration. It's such a sweet sensation. It's such a good vibration. It's such a sweet sensation.
Dr. D, break it down. Donnie D's on the back up, drug free, so put the crack up. No need for speed, I'm anti. D-R-U-G-G-I-E, my body is healthy. My rhymes make me wealthy, and the funky bunch helps me to bring you a show with no intoxication. Come on, feel the vibration. Yeah, can you feel it, baby? I can too.
It's such a good vibration. It's such a sweet sensation. It's such a good vibration. It's such a sweet sensation.
Now the time has come for you to hit up. The rest that you better put your own let up. On the rhythm around that's designed to make you behind them. You want to incline to pure hip hop, no sell out. If you ain't in it to win it, then get the hell out. I command you to dance. I want to see motivation. Come on now, feel the vibration. Come on, come on, come on.
It's such a sweet sensation.
Feel it,
It's
feel
such a
it.
good vibration. It's such a sweet sensation.
Feel the vibration.
Good vibration. It's such a sweet sensation. It's such a good vibration. It's such a sweet
Baby, baby, when we first met, I never felt something so strong. You were like my lover and my best friend, all wrapped in one with a ribbon on it. And all of a sudden, when left, I didn't know how to follow. It's like a shot that's spun me around, and now my heart's dead. I feel so empty and hollow, and I never give myself to another the way I gave it to you. Don't even recognize the ways you hurt me, baby. Gonna take a miracle to bring me back, and you're the one to blame. And now I feel like, oh, you're the reason why I'm thinking I don't wanna smoke on the cigarettes no more. I guess that's what I get for wishful thinking. Should've never let you in and go. Next time you wanna go on a leave, I should just let you go on and do it. 'Cause now I'm using like I believe. It's like a check's in the rehab, baby, you're my disease. It's like a check's in the rehab, baby, you're my disease. I got a check in the rehab, baby, you're my disease. I got a check in the rehab, baby, you're my disease. Damn, isn't it crazy when your love smells? You do anything for the one you love. 'Cause anytime that you needed me, I'd be there. It's like you were my favorite drug. The only problem is that you was using me in a different way that I was using you. But now that I know it's not meant to be, you gotta go, I gotta win myself off of you. And I never give myself to another the way I gave it to you. Don't even recognize, oh. wanna smoke on these cigarettes no more. I guess that's what I get for wishful thinking. I should've never let you enter my door. Next time you wanna go on a leave, I should just let you go on and do it. 'Cause now I'm using like I believe. It's like a chance in a rehab. Baby, you're my disease. It's like a chance in a rehab. Baby, you're my disease. I got a chicken in rehab. Baby, you're my disease. I got a chicken in rehab. Baby, you're my disease.
I don't know if I can yell any louder. How many times have I kicked you out of here? Or said something insulting? I can be so mean when I wanna be. I am capable of really anything. I can cut you into pieces when my heart is broken. Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. I always say how I don't need you, but it's always gonna come right back to this. Please don't leave me. How did I become so obnoxious? What is it with you that makes me act like this? I've never been this nasty. Can't you tell that this is all just a contest? The one that wins will be the one that hits the hardest. But baby, I don't mean it. I mean it. I promise. Please don't leave me. Oh, please don't leave me. Don't leave me. I always say how I don't need you, but it's always gonna come right back to this. Please don't leave me. I forgot to say out loud how beautiful you really are to me. I can't be without. You're my perfect little punching bag, and I need you. I'm sorry. Please, please don't leave me. Baby, please don't leave me. No, don't leave me. Please don't leave me. I always say how I don't need you, but it's always gonna come right back to this. Don't leave me. Don't leave me.
You are the king.
the way the story goes. You always smile, but in your eyes your soul shows. Yes, it shows. No, I can't forget tomorrow when I think of all my sorrow. When I had you there, but then I let you go. And now it's only fair that I should let you know what you should know. I can't live if living is without you. I can't live, I can't give anymore. Can't live if living is without you. Can't give, I can't give anymore. Well, I can't forget this evening or your face as you were leaving, but I guess that's just the way the story goes. You always smile, but in your eyes your sorrow shows. Yes, it shows. I can't live living is without you. I can't live, I can't give anymore. Can't live, living is without you. I can't live, I can't give I used to cry myself to sleep at night, but that was all before he came. I thought love had to hurt to turn out right, but now he's here. It's not the same. It's not the same. He fills me up. He gives me love. More love than I've ever seen. He's all I got.
here. West Indies have a big challenge on their hands here. Just last game in this series, 5-0. Only once before at this level has a team lost 5-0 in a T20 international series. That is when India defeated New Zealand in 2020. So West Indies did lose 5-0 once before against same India, but the women's team in 1919. So hopefully the West Indies could defend that this game today to make it at least a 4-1 result.
So Shai Hope is at the top of the order. 48 matches for him, 48 innings, 1,171 runs to the West Indies captain. Head-to-heads between West Indies and Australia in T20 internationals. Out of the 26 games played between these two nations, West Indies has won 11 and Australia 15. And as Gregory mentioned, another victory here would just widen the gap for the Australians in terms of number of matches won. And Brandon King is going to be facing up. He has 149 runs in this series, and Aaron Hardy has the ball to start from the Lozak Road end. And the good news for the West Indies, the most runs scored in this series, Shai Hope, the captain, in 4 matches, he scored 176 runs with a high score of 102 not out. So with an average of 58.7. So we're almost all set to go. Umpire Zahid Basarat is presiding, and it's going to be Aaron Hardy to bowl the first delivery to Brandon King. The last game, the 5th T20 International, is all set and ready to go. The first delivery is angled into the pads of King, who strokes it out, turns the wrist and gets it down to backward square on the boundary, and the West Indies get off the mark, as well as Brandon King. 1 run on the board as Hope comes in to strike. A good game from Hardy. Gregory.
Yes, he had a good game last night, 2 nights ago, and I'm sure he'd like to produce another game here. I thought he was quite a good player coming in. First time I've seen him. Both with the batting, he contributed, and the bowling.
It's been an excellent start from the all-rounder, as this time he's going to bowl to Shai Hope. Right arm over the wicket, and Hope is just dabbing it down to a backward point area. 2 fielders in the ring behind point, as well as 1 on sweeping on the boundary. There's a cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square on the boundary. And that's the field. We've seen that 2 fielders being employed for the medium pacers against the West Indies. 1 at a short third man and 1 at a backward point. As Hardy is again outside the off stump, stroked out to extra cover and no run. Hardy in the last game got to 23 runs off of 16 deliveries, hitting 1-6 and 2 4s in partnership with Cam Green. A 50-run partnership to them, 51 in fact off of 28 deliveries. When it was getting a bit tight, the pair come in and brought home victory in the final over of the match, chasing down 206. As Hardy is set to come back in again past the umpire, and it's short of a link outside the off stump, and Hope is going to get King is going to get another run. Hope is going to get another run. It was right the first time as it's played out to the sweeper on the boundary. So 2 without loss and 4 deliveries gone in the first over.
Yes, West Indies openers are looking much much better than they did in yesterday's game in trying to play themselves in. So let's hope they continue that way. No pun intended, of course.
So Hardy again passes umpire Basarat. And this one is outside the off stump, and playing a little bit away from the body is King. He's getting an outside edge that goes over the head of the 2 persons stationed behind point inside the ring. A couple bounces into the boundary, and the first boundary for the West Indies innings off of the outside edge of Brandon King and into the boundary for 4. He's on to 5 and 6 without loss after the first over.
I think 1 more ball to come.
It's actually 1 delivery to come in the over there, and this time it is King who drops it down to mid-off, and that in fact is the end of the first over. 1 over gone, 6 runs on the board. Brandon King on 5 and Hope is on 1.
Yes, well bowled again by Hardy. We saw a little shape there, a little outswing there. He's keeping that back of a length. He has his mid-on and mid-off up to the line, the 30-yard line. So therefore, he's playing that the West Indies players will play it square rather than straight down the field. So he has to keep that back. He got a hint of swing, and he's keeping that fifth stump outside the off-stump line.
It's going to be Ben Dorshus to open the bowling from the opposite end here in Warner Park in St. Kitts. 6 without loss after 1 over. Left arm over the wicket, and he's short of a length outside the off stump and pulled away past mid-on into the boundary for 4. Shea Hope, first boundary to him. Both batsmen having scored 2 boundaries now takes the total on to 10 without loss and 1 delivery gone in the second over.
A beautiful shot by Shiop. Just a little back of a length. So that tells you how good the pitch is. Shiop quickly onto the back foot, pulling it through wide mid-on for 4.
This time Dorshus is outside the off stump and it's full and it's lifted over extra cover. It'll go into the boundary for 4. So Hope continuing on with his good form he's shown throughout this series. He's the top run scorer for the West Indies, and in fact the top run scorer in this series, and he's just adding to those totals there. Another boundary to him, 14 without loss.
Beautiful shot over cover.
And he got 102 not out, the West Indies captain, in the third game. This time Dorshus is in, and it's between bat and pad from the left-hander, just angling in, perhaps in off the seam. I didn't see too much swing movement. He's out bowled, the leg stump is knocked back, and the West Indies captain is going to have to go. Just when he struck 2 boundaries, he was again looking good. But what a peach of a delivery here to bring about the fall of the West Indies captain as well as the leading run scorer in the series.
Yes, Dorshus changed his line there and put it more on his pads, and Hope trying to play around his pads, and it snuck through. A slight inside edge onto the wicket, unfortunate for Hope. Good thinking by Dorshus. Not much swing there, but he did change his line from way outside off stump, which he started on, and he got 2 fours in the first 2 balls. One a little back of a length and one up to the bat. This time aiming for his Sheop's pads and getting that inside the edge onto the stumps, and Sheop departs.
So the captain very disappointed, leaving the field rather slowly. He was looking forward to getting a victory here in this final game before they head off, before Pakistan arrives here. The first game against Pakistan is going to be in Lauderhill in the US, in Florida, so the captain has to go. The new man out in the middle is Casey Carty, replacing Rovman Powell, who he left the field when West Indies were fielding in the last game, tried to take a catch to a ball landed just in front of him after the rains fell, and seemed to injure his right wrist. Casey facing up to Dorshus, and this is just full outside the off stump. He's played extra cover and no run. And the captain will be very disappointed. He was looking forward to trying to get a victory in this series. And he understands, as most West Indian fans do as well, he is a significant contributor when he scores runs. And it means that West Indies get to a good total when he does. And he is back in the pavilion, left to contemplate that shot that he played. This one is on the pads, turned into the onside from Casey Carty. And he gets off the mark, and 15 for 1 with 1 delivery to come in the second over.
Yes, and we have to remember Casey Carty's second T20 international. He got to 49 in 22 balls against Ireland earlier this year, and this is his second opportunity to play for West Indies since then.
So 2 overs. 2 overs gone. 16 for 1. 16 for 1 after 2. King on 6. Carty on 1. That over a couple boundaries at the start of the over and then the wicket. And we've seen boundary scoring off of the first over quite irregularly, but in the last game we had about 7 wickets that also fell of the first deliveries of the over, which was very coincidental.
Yeah, well, the batsmen tried to put the bowlers under pressure early in the over to try and command the over. And it seems as though they went a little too hard early in the overs. So hopefully they'll think about it a little more, a little longer, and apply themselves appropriately.
So Aaron Hardy is going to be to continue. Right arm over the wicket to King, who tugs it into the onside, a full-length delivery to that man at mid-on, Glenn Maxwell, landing just in front of Maxwell, who was man of the match in the last game, having scored 47, but taking 3 outstanding catches as well. In fact, he took two catches, one leaping one-handedly, backing away on the 30-yard circle. One of them was on the boundary edge that he did take, and when he landed, he just had to toss the ball back into Cam Green, who would have been credited with that catch, as Hardy is this time again outside the off stump and played out to extra cover and no run. So he deserved credit for that catch. Maxwell did take the first wicket as the catch of for the first wicket for Australia, diving forward and plucking his first catch. The 36-year-old in the outfield. He's been at the top of the order batting for the Australians. Hardy is in, and this one is chipped in the air just to the right of mid-wicket, and is going to go, in fact, into the boundary. The man is quite wide, a deep backward square. He's not going to get around to retrieve that, and Brandon King gets to 10 now, 20 for 1, 2.3 overs gone.
Well played by Brandon King. Hardy held a line outside the off stump for the first 2 balls. Brandon King didn't get it away, and this one he put onto his legs and he flicked it through mid-wicket for 1 run. And beautiful shot, well timed in the air, but no one in that vicinity.
King again to face Hardy. He's advancing down the track and hammering it out to mid-off. And there's a hesitation in the running as it was fumbled. And they do in fact come through for the single in the end. Both batsmen almost stranded mid-pitch as Sean Abbott was in the way. He couldn't quite get it in both hands. He knocked it down. It was hit ferociously to him from an advancing Brandon King, and the ricochet afforded the single, but with some hesitation from King and Carty out in the middle, and safely through for the single. 21 for 1, 4 deliveries gone in the 3rd over. Hardy into Carty outside the off stump, and it's a loose shot here from Carty. Ball holds its line, and he just seemed to swing through the line as though he wants to tug it into the onside, but loses his bottom hand, or does he take the bottom hand off of the grip as he missed it outside of the off stump?
Yes, he tried to go after that and pretty hard. Should have got a little closer to it, unfortunately. But a slight shape outside without swinger. And Carty wasn't close enough to get bat onto it.
So Carty coming into the lineup due to an injury to Evan Lewis, who hasn't been able to play in any of the games in this series. Carty is again outside the off stump. This time he's trying to play it into the offside, but a play and a miss as he was more leg side of the ball, almost a half step backing away, but playing and missing outside the off stump as the Hardy over comes to an end. 5 runs conceded by him, none for 11 he has in 2 overs. And King on 11, Carty on 1, 21 for 1 after 3. Yes,
the Australians seem to be holding that outside off stump line to the West Indian batsmen, and they're going for it. They're not playing badly at it, but they're missing a couple of them. They have to look at the outswing. Every now and then they will throw maybe 2 balls onto the pads for the over, but the main line is outside the off stump.
And this one, Darcius is in bowling to King, and it's angled down the leg side. It started outside the leg stump and did not come back across the right-handed King. It held its line and through to wicketkeeper. It's been signalled a wide by the umpire. Takes the total on to 22 for 1. And 3 overs gone, so we'll have to wait for the first legitimate delivery of the over as Josh Inglis takes it behind the stumps. And this one is pulled in the air, and mid-wicket will take the catch. Brandon King is going to have to go, and Tim David back into the lineup, taking the catch at mid-wicket. King on 11, tries to pull a ball angled across him. He's going to have to go as West Indies lose their second wicket with the score on 22.
Yes, Darsh's putting that just outside the off stump. King, not a bad attempt, but should have gone over David's head with that one rather than trying to keep it down. He just hit it regular catch in height, and an easy catch taken by Tim David.
So Brandon King, in his 4 games in this series, had scored 149 runs. So he just crosses 150 runs in this series with a high score of 62, averaging just around 38. So West Indies, it'll be the end of the series for Brandon Kings in terms of with the bat. So the leading run scorer in this T20I series, Shai Hope for the West Indies, he's gone for 9 runs off of 6 deliveries. And now the other leading run scorer for the West Indies, Brandon King, he is also gone for 11. It'll bring in Sherfane Rutherford. He had a score of 31 in the last game, coming in at number 4, 31 off of 15 deliveries with 2 sixes and 4 fours. So again, he is in early in the innings as West Indies lose 2 early wickets in this final T20I. So the left-handed Sherfane Rutherford is going to be having to face up against Ben Dorshus, who has 2 for 11 coming back into the team, replacing Xavier Bartlett. Bartlett, who yesterday had 2 for 39, so some interesting selection choices going on between both teams as Dorshus is into the pads of Rutherford to a full-length delivery. He cannot get any bat onto it. It thunders into his front pad and no run. The score remains 22 for 2, and we're in the 4th over of play.
Yes, Darshus seemed to be struggling to get any movement off the wicket or in the air. Hardy got a slight movement in his first over, but struggling his second over. I think I only saw one of them really get that swing.
So it's going to be Darshus to continue, and this is a better line delivery outside the off stump, and it's played out behind point. So Rutherford is going to get off the mark here. 23 for 2, short of a leg outside the off stump and punched off the back foot to the man patrolling the deep square boundary on the offside. Current run rate of 6.57. Bit of a slow start here for the West Indies in comparison to their previous games. They scored over 200 runs twice in this series. The first game got to 189 and then 172 in the second game. And Ben Dorshus is going to continue. Left arm over the wicket to K.C. Carty into the side, and this one is just pushed back along the pitch and no run. 23 for 2. Bartlett 2 for 39 and left out. In the last game, Aaron Hardy coming into the side got 2 for 24 in his 4 overs. So a rotation of the bowlers from the Australian, and at different points in the game, as we've seen with their batsmen, they have been showing up, raising their hands and performing.
Yes, definitely. The Australians have been performing very well against the West Indian bowlers. Keep that in mind.
This one is a bit wide outside the off stump. Off of the back foot, Carty is playing it, and no run as it's straight to extra cover. The score remains on 23 for 2 with one final delivery left to come in the 4th over. Reminding you there will be 6 overs of power play in this 5th T20 international played between the West Indies and Australia. This game is taking place in St. Kitts, we remind you, at Warner Park, as Dorshus now comes around the wicket left arm, and it's perhaps off the inside edge onto pad of Carty, and it ricochets into the offside, played onto his inner thigh, and the bowler does the fielding on his follow through and no run. The end of 4 overs and 23 for 2. There have been 14 dot balls inside the first 4 overs in this final T20I here in St. Kitts.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if they're thinking, what they're thinking is here by the West Indies. I'm not sure if they're being affected by previous games, because we saw last night, the 4th T20I, the West Indies going very hard at it, because I believe Shihope thought they were 20 runs or 30 runs short of the previous game. And now tonight, yesterday, because they went, previous game, because they went so hard, today they seem to be going, not as hard or not as positive as they should be.
Twenty-seven for 2. And Hardy is in. And this first one goes to the boundary for 4. Pitched wide outside the off stump. And throwing the bat at it there was Shafeen Rutherford. And it's over cover and into the boundary for 4. So pitched up delivery. 30.
Yeah, so it's been, almost a response from each game to the other. And I'm not sure if that is the plan or the talking in the game plan for the next game was reflective of what happened in the last game. So, but it certainly seems so. So the West Indies here now, Rutherford is facing up to Hardy once again.
And this time it's in the air between mid-off and extra cover, and is going to go into the boundary for 4. So back-to-back boundaries in this over from Hardy off of the bat of Shafeen Rutherford. 31 for 2. So West Indies dealing boundaries at the moment, and we've seen them go very hard, as you've mentioned, Gregory. And this time again, Hardy is played out to the backward point for a single to Rutherford. He's on to 10. 32 for 4. 3 overs, 3 deliveries gone in this 5th over as Carty comes back into strike. And the field just changing around. The umpire just heading across from square leg on, maintaining his position on the onside with the left-hand, right-hand combination. 32 for 2. And this one is hit in the air by Carty, and it's going to be a catch in the outfield. And West Indies, Glenn Maxwell takes that catch. West Indies lose their 3rd wicket. Carty is going to go for 1 with the score on 32.
Yes, he just stood his ground and tried to hit that one over, maybe tried to angle it through mid-wicket area, and only got it to wide mid-on, spooned up in the air quite high, and an easy catch running around to his right was Maxwell. Not as tough as the catches last night. So Carty not making an impact in this first game he's played here in this series. Just getting 1 of the 8 balls he's faced. And should have, maybe gone over Maxwell's head hard and high with that one. It was lined up on his wicket, close to his pads, and just tried to turn it through mid-wicket rather than playing with the straighter bat.
So Hardy picks up his first wicket, 1 for 20 he has in his 3rd over. And the new batter, Shimron Hetmeyer, 1,060 runs in T20Is for the West Indies. Shimron Hetmeyer in 69 matches. He's had 5 50s with a high score of 81. So he's going to have a repair job here to do for the West Indies. Hardy picking up a wicket. Is in, and this one is played by Hetmeyer out to the sweeper on the boundary. And just a single will take the score on to 32 for 3. And Glenn Maxwell taking another catch in the innings. We've had 2 excellent catches yesterday, and one saved one, took the catch, and just before he stepped over the rope, tossed the ball back to Cam Green, and they were able to execute the fall of that wicket. So the Australians are in control here in this 5th T20I. So Hardy, just 1 delivery left in the 5th over. And this one is pitched up and hit by Hetmeyer down the ground to the right of mid-on. It'll go into the boundary. 37 for 3. 5 overs gone. And Rutherford on 14. Hetmeyer on 1. Rutherford was the one hitting it down the ground for 4. 5 overs gone. 1 over left in the power play. 37 for 3. The West Indies, after having been inserted by Australia.
Yes, definitely not good enough on this pitch. But that was a beautiful shot by Rutherford. In that over, West Indies got 3 fours struck in that over. I think he lost his line a little bit in that over. And Hardy. But the Australians have been very disciplined in the line they've bowled. They bowled wide of the wicket or straight on the pads. That one, he pitched it up a little too much and got it too close to Rutherford, who just lifted it over the bowler's head into mid-on region.
So it's going to be a bowling change now as Sean Albert coming in to replace Ben Dorshas. And this first delivery just goes through for a single for Hetmeyer. Rutherford on 14 is going to come in to strike 38 for 3 and 5 deliveries to come in this final over of power play. And not quite sure West Indies, having lost 3 wickets, what the intention might be for this final over of power play. It's going to be Rutherford to face up to it. Dorshas 5 wickets in the series thus far, and 2 in addition to that in this game. 2 for 12 he has. This one's a dot delivery played out by Rutherford to extra cover. The score remains on 38 for 3.
Yes, and to know that Australia got to 66 for 1 after their 6 overs last night. West Indies, although pulling it back in the latter overs, did a very good job there. However, West Indies got to 58 for 3 in their power play, end of their power play last night. So although losing the same wickets, just a little behind on the runs.
So the 2 wickets picked up by Dorshas in this innings. This one is pitched up and Rutherford is playing it through the covers. It's going to go into the boundary for 4, 42 for 3 as Rutherford goes on to 18. So he gets a boundary in this final over of power play, and West Indies will look for some more boundaries but without the risk, having lost 3 wickets with the score on 42.
Exactly, Billy. That was a beautiful straight back, found the gap through the covers. No risk involved, good bat speed, and it was an excellent shot for 4.
About 5 runs so far off of 3 deliveries in this final over of power play. Bowling to Rutherford as he goes past the umpire. This one is played to mid-wicket. Can't get the run. So he tries to tuck it into the onside. He looks so much better when he's stroking those balls through the offside as opposed to when it's on his pads or so on, or even just fractionally outside the off. So he's trying to tuck it into the onside and just loses a bit of shape.
Yeah, and sometimes he tries to turn the bat on it a little too much, and therefore he doesn't get the timing he needs at that point.
2 deliveries to come in the power play. 42 for 3. But to Rutherford, and this one he's lifting in the air, and he does play it through the offside. It goes all the way into the food cart for the fans to have a treat. 6 runs, the first 6 of the innings for West Indies, and Rutherford on to 24.
Excellent shot by Rutherford once again. A half volley really dished up there by Abbott, and Rutherford was all over that. He got underneath it, full face of the bat, over cover for 6. Excellent shot again by Rutherford.
86 meters 6 as about final delivery of the power play with West Indies on 48 for 3. Rutherford, he's on 24 off of 10 deliveries. 1, 6 and 4 fours. So Abbott past the umpire. And this one is just dabbed down to the fielder at the backward point. And just a single would take him on to 25. And West Indies 1 short of 50 after the power play. 3 for 49.
Yes, excellent comeback by Rutherford there in that over. And West Indies has been hot and cold throughout this power play, with some good overs reaching 12 and more, close to 3 of them. And then another 3, you got 5 and less. With 3 wickets as well. Sheo being bowled by Dorshas, and then King pulling it straight to Maxwell, and then the last one with Casey Carty straight up in the air to Maxwell. I think King got caught by David, so it's a mixed bag for that power play. I think a couple of wickets went down too easy, but Rutherford looks very good, and Hetmeyer seems to be comfortable in there with him. So West Indies will be looking to carry this partnership a little further on. And they've held back Ellis to this point, who's an excellent bowler and is Australia's leading bowler in this series.
Ellis is going to be replacing Hardy for the first delivery. It's slower delivery outside of the off stump and a play and a miss from Rutherford. Can't quite time the slower delivery. 109.8 kilometers per hour.
Yes, that's the one from behind his hand, and a very difficult ball to pick up. I don't think anyone has been able to capture that ball and pick up that ball for the series so far.
To Ellis, 4 wickets he has in the series. Is that one delivered with the wrist pointing toward the batsman? 49 for 3 it remains. Second delivery of the over, and this time it's full pace outside the off stump, and opening the bat face here is Rutherford, and it is going to beat the man coming around Cam Green from deep backward point. Goes into the boundary for 4. It's the 9-4 of the innings, and another 4 to Shafane Rutherford. This time it was delivered with pace on, and Rutherford does get the timing and just dabs it down behind backward point for 4.
Yes, Rutherford staying in his crease that time, waiting for the slower one. With the faster one, he just guided it. Excellent shot. He's batting deep in his crease at this point, and that was an excellent shot from Rutherford.
It's going to continue on here. Ellis, third delivery of the over, punched into the offside, travels along the carpet to the backward point, and they come through for a single. Adam Zampa is the leading wicket taker for the Australians with 7 wickets in the series. Jason Holder not too far behind him with 5 wickets. And the economy rate of Zampa at 10.25. Ellis has an economy rate of 7.86. He's been the most economical bowler for the Australians of any bowler in this series, as this one is again outside the off stump, and he's getting it past the diving short third man in the 30-yard, but not enough pace on it this time, and the fielding is done out in the deep, sweeping on the boundary, and just 1 run to the total. 56 for 3.
Yes, I'm keen to observe both Hetmeyer and Rutherford and see the approach to Ellis. Ellis' slower ball, of course, being the one that catches everyone. Rutherford seemed to be waiting deep in his crease for that and holding back on it. But I'd like to see how Hetmeyer approaches him, especially with that slow ball. If he plays for the slow ball first and then reacts to the pace on, Rutherford seems to be playing for the slow ball, and then he'll react in his crease for the pace on, because the wicket isn't doing much.
Hetmeyer on 4. 56 for 3. 6.4 overs gone. Playing that one out to the backward point and getting a couple. There is a check here, and for grounding the bat, coming back for the second from Hetmeyer, from umpire Zaid Bassarat, and he did in fact get his bat over the line, coming back for 2. 56 for 3. So 2 deliveries to come in the over of Nathan Ellis. As we mentioned, he was the most economical bowler for the Australians. His best figures 2 for 34. 4 wickets in 4 games. He's going to bowl now, passes the umpire, and this one tucked into the onside by Hetmeyer to mid-wicket. Fielder out in the deep comes in, does the fielding, and Hetmeyer single to him. He's on to 5, and Rutherford comes back on strike. Rutherford on 30. The total 57 for 3, with 1 delivery to come in the 7th over. Ellis does have an array of those slower deliveries, not just from the one where the palm faces you from the back of the hand. He can rip that slower off-spin type delivery as well as out of the side of the hand. Is it past the umpire? And this is short and pulled into the onside. He fetched it from outside the off-stump. It is going to go into the boundary as Dorsius is at the backward square coming around. It was played quite fine indeed, and he cannot prevent it from going into the boundary. So 4 runs to the total as Rutherford now goes on to 34 and 61 for 3 as 7 overs gone.
Yes, well played by Rutherford. There's a person just behind square, backward square, but Rutherford got it a little finer than that, although he got it way in the air, but no one back there. and went for a good over for West Indies once again. And Rutherford really marching on here with 34 in 15 balls, playing his shots. And at this point, he's seen the ball well. He's played himself in, and he's not taking many chances. He's getting the ball away without trying to take too many chances at this point.
Hetmeyer is going to be facing up. Glenn Maxwell comes into the attack, and Maxwell didn't bowl in the last game. Glenn Maxwell, he bowled in the third game. 31 runs he conceded in his 2 overs, being brought into the attack now, bowling to Hetmeyer, and this one is placed aggressively down too long on. They're just going to get the single, takes the score on to 62 for 3, and we are in the first delivery of the 8th over.
Yes, Hetmeyer went very hard at that one. Ball went a little straighter than he thought, not much spin on it, and therefore getting a slight inside of the center of the bat, went on to mid-on, getting 1 run. They had long on and long off.
Maxwell again, this time into Rutherford, who is hitting it down the ground, and Sean Abbott is in the way at long off. Hit aggressively down the ground there from Rutherford, but only the single. The partnership now goes on to 31 off of 16 deliveries, and the total on to 63 for 3. 7.2 overs gone. Maxwell just singles so far in his first over. This one turned into the onside. Faster delivery there from Maxwell, and comes off of the pad of Hetmeyer, so leg buys it should be. 64 for 3, 7.3 overs gone, 2 extras in this total. And this one, Maxwell is in and cramped for room. Here is Rutherford, and he's out ball as the ball cannons into middle and leg stump, and into middle stump it looks like, to be precise. And Maxwell operating right arm round the wicket, cramping Rutherford for room. He was backing away, trying to force it into the offside, trying to dab it down. And he has to go with the score on 64, missing it completely. He's gone for 35.
Yes, Billy, that's definitely it. He backed away and tried to get that ball through backward point. At this point, Maxwell was just bowling a faster 199 Ks on the stumps, not trying to turn it or anything. And Rutherford would basically cause his downfall at that point. He was playing so beautifully, and that, again, he should have just stroked it down the wicket, even if he wanted to go over the bowler's head at that point. It wasn't particularly any ball that he should get out. But Rutherford, at that point, backing away and not getting the bat down in time. Maxwell with a quicker one on the wicket.
Well, he was again entrusted up the order and getting into the 30s and losing his wicket on 35. Got to 31 yesterday. He was scoring quite quickly, and he looked pretty shaky on Saturday rather, but still got balls off to the boundary, and on this occasion trying to play a forcing shot, loses his wicket at a time when West Indies would have needed him to bat that much longer. We're only in the 8th over as Jason Holder is out there in the middle, and the trick of bringing Glenn Maxwell into the attack, and it's worked. They've taken a wicket. West Indies 64 for 4, and 4 deliveries into the Glenn Maxwell over. He's picked up a wicket and only conceded 2 runs thus far. Shafeen Rutherford was upset with himself, and as he made his way off the boundary, Holder is stroking this one into the offside. No run. Another quicker delivery, over 100 kilometers per hour from the off spinner Glenn Maxwell, and no run. 64 for 4, Maxwell in. And this one is angling into Jason Holder, who just tucks it around the corner, and he's going to get 4 runs here as it's beating the short fine leg inside the 30-yard circle. It was played quite fine indeed, and a boundary to Holder to open his account. 68 for 4, 8 overs gone.
Yes, Maxwell has put in that too much down the leg, just down the leg, and Holder just turning the bat, getting a little edge into it, down the leg side, into fine leg for 4. Is well played. Holder isn't trying any big shots at this point, especially with 4 wickets down. And only in the 7th over, 8 overs are gone now with Maxwell completing that over. Quite a good over by Maxwell, just spoiling it at the end there with that 4 runs. But Holder and Hetmeyer again has to rebuild a little bit for West Indies to get over. Again, West Indies has failed in their last 5 overs to capitalize and really go all out on it. And this is one of the shortcomings of the West Indies team, as we see consistently in these T20s, that they don't have the firepower at the end of the innings to really make the most of those last 5 or 6 overs.
There were a couple of retirements from the West Indies T20 side, and just missing a couple batsmen. This one is from Abbott outside of the off stump, and Hetmeyer gets an inside edge. It passes between the stumps and the wicketkeeper, who tries to give chase, is going into the boundary, and it's going to be 4 runs. And Hetmeyer, a risky shot there, he goes on to 10 and almost playing it onto his stumps.
Yeah, it's very fortunate to get away with that. And not anything on that ball really. Hetmeyer just trying to get that in. It wasn't a big shot, but just trying to open a face into the point region and just hit under the bottom edge really and pass the wicketkeeper.
So Abbott into his 2nd over now to Hetmeyer. This one's played out to the man sweeping on the offside, and just a single. So with that boundary and a single, the total goes on to 73 for 4, and we're in the 9th over. Abbott none for 17 in his 2nd over, his first delivery going for a boundary. Holder comes in to strike. He's on 4. At the end of 7 overs, there were 18 dot deliveries with the score on 61. And picking up a wicket in that Maxwell over, just compounding the batting woes for the West Indies teams. For team 4 wickets down now, 73 on the board, and Holder is going to be facing up to Sean Abbott, who's past the umpire, and it's a short delivery. Even to Holder, it's short, and he just sways out of the way, and another dot delivery to the innings. Holder stays on 4.
Yes, and without the top order batting deep into the innings, what you find is the middle order here and the tail end will find it even more challenging to push on with the runs. So you see Holder here and Hetmeyer trying to build the innings and carry the score, at least not losing a wicket for another 2 or 3 overs.
But it is again to Holder. It's going to be a dot delivery. 73 for 4 the score remains, and the projected score for the West Indies 168. A far cry from where they were in the last couple of games, scoring over 200 runs in the 3rd and 4th T20 internationals against Australia. And Holder is pulling a short of a line delivery outside the off stump. It just seemed to sit up, and he tugs it into the onside for a single with the man sweeping out a deep mid-wicket. He goes on to 5, 74 for 4.
Yeah, Billy, and I'm not seeing any devils in the pitch. I'm not seeing the ball swinging or cutting. Of course, Ellis has his tricks about him, which makes him quite a good bowler and tough to handle. But the West Indians are just not timing the ball and getting the ball where they want. And now have put themselves under pressure now to rebuild. And, so it's good bowling by Australia, because one thing they do hold their line and length very well with a plan in mind.
Final delivery of the 9th over to Hetmeyer. He plays it out to extra cover. They're going to come through for a single as the man is sitting on the edge of the 30-yard circle, more to prevent a boundary rather than to restrict the single. And with that single, 9 overs gone, 75 for 4. Holder is on 5 and Shimron Hetmeyer is on 12 off of 9 deliveries. And the 2nd over of Sean Abbott completed. 1 boundary in the over for the West Indies, inadvertently off the bottom edge of Shimron Hetmeyer's bat. And down to fine leg, that boundary. And Jeffrey, you were talking about no devils in the pitch. Well, Adam Zampa is going to have something to say about that. He's going to try. He's coming on. So we'll just see how much spin is in this wicket. Might be the same pitch they're going to be using as well. So it'll be a bit more dry and expect a little more turn with the leg spinner into the attack.
Yes, it'll be good to see, and especially how Holder faces up to Adam Zampa. He has bowled well, but he has gone for many runs during the series. Hetmeyer normally does well against spin. So with Hetmeyer there, hopefully he'll take most of the strike.
So Adam Zampa comes into the attack, and this one is into the pads of Hetmeyer, who misses out on a loose delivery. First up from Zampa as it goes into his pads. It was pitched outside the leg stump, and he tried to pull it around the corner. It only came off the pad to short, fine leg, and no run. Adam Zampa, 7 wickets in this series. He's a leading wicket taker. He comes into Hetmeyer now, and it's outside of the off stump and picked up by Hetmeyer, and it just beats the man at deep at cow corner over his head and into the boundary for 6.
Yes, excellent shot by Hetmeyer. Overpitched by Zampa. It was a googly looking for Hetmeyer to play straight and maybe get an edge or get it up into the air, but Hetmeyer was all over that ball, onto his front foot, very far, got to reach out there and hit it over mid-on for 6. Beautiful shot.
Well, the man out there was Cam Green, and with that outstretched hand, Adam Zampa just in again, and he's tucking it into the onside Hetmeyer. They get a single, and the man out there was Cam Green, and when he leapt in the air with a fully outstretched right hand, I could say he's covering about 11-12 feet
Yes.
in the air.
Huge.
And for you to beat him on that boundary, he's the right man set in the right location for the Australians, and Zampa trying to get another wicket. And 3 deliveries gone in the over from Zampa, and Hetmeyer tucks this one again to mid-wicket and gets a single. And 84 for 4, 9.4 overs gone. This one now is played out to Tim David on the deep extra cover boundary, and they get a single. Zampa with 7 wickets, but he, as you quite rightly said, 10.25 was his economy rate going into the series. He's gotten to 100 T20I matches and picked up 124 wickets. Zampa. So I believe he's at the top of the leaderboard of current wicket takers for the Australians.
Yeah, so that's an excellent performance. I mean, if you can't hold on the run rate, then you got to take wickets, and they have him there to take wickets as a wicket taker for the Australian team.
Comes in for the 5th delivery and just stroked out to the covers and no run. Holder stays on 5, 84 for 4, and the current run rate stands at 8.54. This time is a Holder in forward defence, pushing back along the track. 10 overs gone and 84 for 4. The West Indies with Jason Holder on 5 and Shimron Hetmeyer not out on 21 off of 13 deliveries. The wickets to fall: Brandon King for 11 off of 9. Shea Hope 9 off of 6 deliveries. Casey Carty went for 1. Shafane Rutherford, the top scorer of the innings so far, 35 he made off of 17. Shimron Hetmeyer, as you mentioned, not out on 21, 5 to Holder, 2 extras in the innings. And it's been a good start yet again from the Australians.
Yes, excellent start for them. West Indies will be in a rebuilding position once again, but 84 on the board is not bad after the 10 overs. Unfortunately, all the top batsmen are out already except for Hetmeyer. Now we go into the all-rounders. We know Shepherd could hit it a long way, but once again, you're hoping that 2 or 3 wickets would be down at this stage, so you could really go into them in the back end of this innings.
So 2 wickets to Ben Dorshus off of his 2 overs, 12 he conceded. We are bringing you broadcast on Freedom 106.5 FM, Guardian Media Limited, and as well you can tune into the coverage on the Windies Cricket YouTube page for coverage of this game, the 50-20I on West Indies versus Australia. The players are having a drink, and we'll take a short break and be back as soon as play resumes. 4 for 4, West Indies being put into bat by the Australians, winning the toss, and Holder and Hetmeyer out there in the middle. Ben Dorshus is taking up the attack, and his first delivery is a dot ball to Hetmeyer as we start the 11th over. The current run rate 8.26. The score on 84 for 4. And Hetmeyer faced up the second delivery from Dorshus, and this one is flicked into the onside. It's going to be down to Glenn Maxwell at long on, and they come through for just a single. Score goes on to 85 for 4. And Hetmeyer on to 22 off of 15.
I'd like to see the approach of the West Indies players in this second half of the innings, because before we lost wickets very early within the first 2 overs and put us under even more pressure. I think they should bat and play themselves in a little bit before they go after it.
Docious is outside the off stump with this delivery. Advancing down the track is Jason Holder. Comes off the outside edge down to Zampa at third man on the boundary. And trying to get it on the bounce was Zampa diving forward off of the outside edge of Holder's bat. And don't want to call it an opportunity, but it landed well in front of Zampa. And just a single. Hetmeyer is hitting this one in the air into his favorite hitting zone at deep mid-wicket. It goes all the way for 6, and that takes the score on to 92 for 4. Hetmeyer on to 28 now.
Beautiful shot by Hetmeyer. Just took a step into the off stump, and it was really a half volley, but he tugged that from off stump over the mid-wicket region in his beautiful fluent way, and that went pretty high and pretty far. And that was, I don't think Docious would be very happy with that ball. It was a ball too close at Hetmeyer, and he really made the most of that one.
So that's the third 6 of the innings for the West Indies. 3 sixes and 12 fours they've struck into this 11 over now. 92 for 4. And trying to increase the run rate here is Hetmeyer. And he's always looking for that shot into the mid-wicket area. It is his strength. So anything within his hitting zone into his arc that he can work into the onside, and he'll try to put it away. We saw him get out caught and falling short off of Adam Zampa at Cow Corner to be dismissed in the last game. But on this occasion, with the pace on, gets it all the way out to the boundary. So 92 for 4. And both West Indies batsmen out there. Holder on 6, Hetmeyer on 28. And more cricket to come for West Indies later on. This one from Docious is driven down the ground by Hetmeyer, and it's going to be picked up by Maxwell, who's quite straight there at long on. So just a single, and it takes the score on to 93 for 4 as Holder comes in to strike. And he's on 6, Jason Holder. And the current run rate at 8.58 projects a total of 171. And West Indies 4 wickets down in this innings. And more cricket to come. Pakistan is next up for West Indies in the calendar. There are 3 T20 internationals and 3 ODIs. And the first T20s will be played in Lauderhill in Fort Lauderdale from July 31st. This time Docious is into Holder, who's stepping across the stumps, paddling it around the corner. It doesn't have the pace to get to the boundary, but he can come back for 2 as the fielding is done out in the deep. And the total on to 95 for 4. And 8 now to Holder, who is trying to increase his strike rate. And these middle overs have been key area for the West Indies, where they have got to try and get not just boundaries, but that rotation of strike. In the last game, they scored 113, but lost 4 wickets in these middle overs between over number 7 and 15. And perhaps you can say it's been not just a breaking point for West Indies, because they did struggle in the final overs of the innings as well, as they lost wickets along the way.
Yes, and Holder trying that ram shot there, but he needs to work on it a little more. Especially a man of his height. He needs to get down a little lower if he wants to play that shot. But didn't get much speed off the ball, so therefore they ran 2 before it just went down to 5 legs. He's trying to get it into that vacant area. Like I said, Billy is trying to get the strike rate a little higher.
So Zampa just a 1 over. He's going to be replaced by Aaron Hardy, and who is in and wide outside the off stump. A full-length delivery umpire, Leslie Reefer, hands at his side as Holder just stares down the umpire as it was pitched inside the guidelines but out of the reach of Holder, a man of the height of Jason Holder, might have been able to reach it, but not Hetmeyer, rather, who just looks at the umpire as he thought it might have been signaled a wide, but it was within the guidelines.
Yes, it was.
The score remains at 95 for 4. Hardy, second delivery of the over, is closer to Hetmeyer and full, so he guides it down to deep backward point and come through for the single. 96 for 4. West Indies approaching the 100 mark, and Jason Holder coming into strike now on 8. Just the one over from Zampa. He conceded 9 runs, and perhaps coming out of the attack because Hetmeyer was looking to go after him with the spin coming into him.
Yes, and Hetmeyer plays the spin very well, and he was reading Zampa beautifully because Zampa tried the googlies against Hetmeyer and kept it wide. As we see, Hardy also is trying to keep it wide outside off stump for Hetmeyer, and he comes through to Holder now.
Holder is advancing down the wicket and lifts it back over the head of the bowler. Is going to go into the side screen. Dead straight. Holder smacked that one down the ground. It'll bring up the 100 for the West Indies. 102 for 4. Jason Holder onto 14. And what a way to bring up the 100.
Yes, excellent shot by Holder. He tried to make some room for himself. Hardy followed him down outside leg stump, but Holder struck it straight down over the bowler for 6. Beautiful shot by Holder. Nice timing, kept his shape, and he got excellent power and height on that ball.
So Holder looking to accelerate. Hardy comes in, and again he's down the track, reaching for a ball wide outside the off stump. It comes off the toe end of the bat, past the diving Josh Inglis and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, and Holder is putting him under a little bit of pressure. Again, he uses his feet outside the off stump. He's trying to make some room for himself. Hardy this time bowled pace off cutter as such outside off stump, but with Holder's reach he got across outside that off stump and got a bottom edge, fortunate to get 4 down to fine leg.
So making a couple field changes now. They're going to put in a very fine short third man and just narrows the gap between him and a short backward point. And this time Holder is again stepping across his stumps. It's a short delivery from Hardy and plays and misses. Holder stepped across outside the off stump, and that one was very short indeed. Perhaps a slower short delivery, and Holder looking across at the square leg umpire. Gregory.
Yes, very unfortunate not to get a wide, because as we see it here of the replay, we've seen Holder's head who's jumping off the ground and we've not seen the ball. So that was very unfortunate not to get a replay. Holder making some room outside his off stump and trying to use a ramp again.
He seems to have rattled Hardy in this over. This one is wide outside the off stump, short of a length, and off the bottom edge of Holder's bat this time and into the turf, but they do manage to come through for a single. 107 for 4 as 12 overs have been bowled by the Australians, who won the toss, inserted West Indies again for the 5th time in the 5th game of this T20 series, and the West Indies just battling through periods of play. They are scoring boundaries, but they have been losing wickets along the way, and the depth of the West Indies batting is going to be called into focus again in this game. The Australians just changing around the bowling, and Aaron Hardy is into the attack and wide outside the off stump. They're going to come through for 1. They're going to look for 2. Holder at the non-striker's end is scampering in. He's going to get home as Tim David's throw from patrolling that boundary, sweeping on the offside, is at the non-striker's end. So 2 runs to Hetmeyer. The field shuffles around.
Yes, and West Indies now on run 6 for 4. And they've really tried and rattled Hardy a bit in that over. You could see him moving, but the Australians are so professional. Hardy kept to what he could do good and made sure he put it. If Holder is using his feet well and timing the ball well, then so be it. But Hardy kept to what he could do well and pulled back the over well for Australia. And it's the first time I've seen Hardy really ruffled for his couple games he's played so far.
Yeah, so he finishes off his spell, Aaron Hardy, 1 for 38 he has in his 4 overs. And West Indies 107 for 4, 12 overs gone. And Jason Holder is going to be the man facing up to Sean Abbott. who is going to be into the attack. He's bowled 2 overs and none for 20 to Holder, who again is advancing down the track, and it's a short delivery. His leg side of it, Jason Holder, and comes up the toe end of the bat as he tries to pull it into the onside. He can only get it down to long on, and a single as he rehearses the strike at the non-striker's end, rehearses the shot at the non-striker's end. Hetmeyer on 32, and the score 110 for 4.
Yes, as we see, every time Holder comes down, his back legs go down the leg side, his back leg, and he creates room. I'm not sure if he's doing it for spite or if that's just the way he chips. But sometimes if he chips straight down the wicket, he'll open up a lot more room to play and get runs.
So Abbott is to Hetmeyer, and this one is pulled into the onside, and a man is stationed there at Cow Corner. It's a deep, straight mid-wicket position on the boundary, and it's a 65-meter length boundary, and Hetmeyer has shown a propensity to hit most of his sixes in that direction. Glenn Maxwell is the man stationed out there, and he is a man that we've seen can catch almost anything. He's taken a number of catches in this series, pulled off a couple excellent catches as well. Abbott into Jason Holder on 20, and this one is playing a short of a length delivery appeal from the wicketkeeper Inglis, and did that take an outside edge, and I think Holder's going to have to go here, coming off the outside edge of the top portion of the bat, and I cramped for room from this delivery from Abbott, and he's going to have to go. Jason Holder caught behind for 20.
Yes, you're right there, Billy. He was cramped for room there. Abbott was just following Jason Holder as he chips. He just moved back a little, didn't chip down the wicket too much for that one. Abbott, however, kept that ball straight, and with the extra bounce, he didn't give Holder enough room to make his shot. Holder went through with his shot, and the bounce just a slight top edge, and went through to the keeper for a regulation catch by the keeper.
So West Indies lose their 5th wicket now, with the score on 1-1-1. Nelson takes a wicket, and the new man out there is Romario Shepherd, and a very impressive strike rate from Shepherd, 142, as he comes in with 5 wickets down for the West Indies. That occasion, Holder, the irony, not backing away this time, Holder,
yes,
and to make room, and he was cramped for room, and hitting just under the badge on the bat, and through to wicketkeeper Inglis. Takes his first catch behind the stumps in this game, and Holder had to go for 20. So 3 deliveries in the Abbott over, 2 singles and a wicket, as Romario Shepherd in the last game came in early, got 28 off of 18 deliveries in a partnership with Matthew Ford, put on 31 off of 14 deliveries. The pair, as well, Shepherd put on a partnership of 34 with Jason Holder in that last game to get the West Indies to 205 for 9. Holder is gone. Hetmeyer is out there in the middle, but it's going to be Shepherd to face up to Abbott as the field just adjusts for the powerful hitting Romario Shepherd. And Abbott picks up his first wicket. He's past the umpire, and this is a short delivery. Ducking into it was Romario Shepherd, takes him on the shoulder. A delivery he wasn't prepared for. A surprise short delivery from Abbott.
Yes, Shepherd wasn't sure if to go back or forward. He wanted to go forward. Abbott pulled it back, surprised him, and he just stood his ground and took the blow to his shoulder and neck region. He's on his feet. He doesn't seem bothered by it. So he lives to fight again.
So Sean Abbott is bringing the pressure in this 13th over on the West Indies middle order. And the first delivery from Shepherd, taking a blow. This time he's just in defense, playing it back along the track. And the bowler does the fielding. The current run rate stands as 8.65. Score remains 111 for 5.
Yes, and one thing about the Australians, you could see the plan and the overs and how they prepare the overs and play the overs. Shepherd has come in, and every ball has been a short ball just on off stump, and you could see a definite plan. Obviously they'll change it at some point, but you could see it throughout the innings to all the batsmen.
So another short delivery here from Abbott has Shepherd ducking and swaying out of the way. 129.2 kilometers an hour, but you see he's put a bit of fear after having struck Shepherd into the shoulder. Just ricocheted up into the helmet area. There was no issue with regard to looking for a concussion injury, as he took it on the chest mainly, Romario Shepherd. The 13th over comes to an end, a very testing over indeed from Sean Abbott. There were 2 singles followed by a wicket at the start of the over, and then 3 pressure dot deliveries from Abbott to finish off the 13th over, and the score remains on 111 for 5.
An excellent over by Abbott there. Really, they knew the plan against Shepherd and they executed well. And that is what you can constantly see with the Australians, the execution in the plans. And they continue to do that well.
So Adam Zampa comes into the attack. He's going to bowl to Hetmeyer, who plays this one out to the man Tim David, sweeping on the boundary, and they just come through for a single. So interesting bowling changes here from Australia, deciding to bring Zampa back into the attack now, and he is going to be bowling to the left-handed Hetmeyer, who's on 34, and with that single, Hetmeyer is now at the non-strikers end. So Romario Shepherd is going to have to face up to the leg spinner, and finally the total gets off of that Nelson 111 as it goes on to 111 for 12, 5 wickets down. This one Zampa pitched into middle and leg and worked down the ground by Shepherd, who gets off the mark and takes the score on to 113 for 5. Sean Abbott remains in his eye line down at Lawn, who does the fielding and kept Shepherd under pressure in his last over, but he's now off the mark, and Shimron Hetmeyer will come back into strike to face the left-handed Adam Zampa. Zampa's not been afraid to toss up googly deliveries, and you do tend to see googly deliveries with a bit more flight. Hetmeyer chipping down the wicket, and this one is dragged down in length by Zampa. Now we've seen Zampa bowl this delivery to Hetmeyer, pulling the length down and just skidding along the turf, keeping a bit low. This time he was equal to the task, Hetmeyer, and gets a single.
Yes, and I saw Hetmeyer facing up to Zampa before I think 3 or 4 balls. All were googlies outside the legs, outside the off stump, way outside on the wide line. But this one, he tucked him up, put it on the leg stump. So this is what they do. They know their plan against a certain player and then will change it up every now and then. So that's excellent bowling by Zampa.
Zampa won 124 wickets in his 100 T20I. He's into Romario Shepherd. It's off the inside edge. A wide delivery outside the off stump. It goes past the wicketkeeper, through the wicketkeeper, in fact, and just a single. And Zampa pushing that one wide to Shepherd. Total onto 115 for 5. 13.4 deliveries. Just a wide delivery there from Zampa. Does a change up to Shepherd. So he is thinking bowler. Adam Zampa, senior bowler in this Australian lineup, bowling to Hetmeyer now, and it's wide outside the off stump, as Gregory Davis suggested. He's pushing that googly wide outside the off stump, and it's out of the hitting arc of Hetmeyer, who gets a bottom edge onto it, and just the single. And Zampa concedes 14 runs into his second over now, and 116 for 5. With that single, Romario Shepherd on 2. This is the start of his innings. Just 5 deliveries he's faced, as just one final delivery to come in the Zampa over. It's a pitched up delivery that he strokes it out to mid-off, who is sitting. Is actually an extra cover coming around to a mid-off position on the 30-yard circle. Thought for a minute they might have had time there to come through for a single. Shepherd decides against it. It's the end of the 14th over, 116 for 5. Shepherd stays on 2, and Shimron Hetmeyer on 36 off of 24.
Yes, that was very well bowled by Zampa. Only getting 5 runs, 5 singles for the first 5 balls, and then that dot ball in the last ball. We saw the approach, which is different, Hetmeyer, than he bowls to Shepherd. To Shepherd, he's bowling full on the wicket and trying to get it under Shepherd's bat. We know Shepherd's power, and he knows if he pulls it back to Shepherd, Shepherd will go with him. And to Hetmeyer, he bowls it wide, and then the change ball would be the one onto his pads, which he got Hetmeyer out a couple games ago when he had it onto his pad.
So we again 1 over into the the middle overs, 1 over left in the middle overs, as Nathan Ellis comes into the attack, and it is stroked down by Hetmeyer for a single. And the thought of coming for 2 as it went down to long on, and just a single in the end. And Hetmeyer is on to 37 off of 25 deliveries, and he'll need to be there for almost to the end. He struck 2 sixes and 1 4 off of these 25 deliveries that he's faced. Nathan Ellis, being brought back into the attack, is going to be bowling now the second delivery to Romario Shepherd, the powerful Guyanese batsman. 117 for 5, goes past the umpire on the line of the leg stump and whipped away in the air. It goes all the way over the boundary for 6 behind the square, and a pick-up delivery there from Shepherd to a ball angled into his pads, and you can't bowl those deliveries to Romario Shepherd. He's on to 8.
No, that was a bad ball by Ellis. He lost his line there. He got that one from behind his arm, the slow ball, and just going down leg side, and Shepherd just helping that over the stumps, over the fine leg boundary for 6.
So looking to be aggressive now is Shepherd. He's on to 8, 123 for 6. For 5 rather, as he goes past the umpire, and in fact it's for 6 wickets now, because Shepherd loses his off stump. That one pegged back, it's on the line of the off stump, and perhaps just off the seam a bit into Shepherd, who was trying to be aggressive again, but that space between bat and pad, he just put the front leg down the wicket on the line of the leg stump. It was pitched outside the off stump, and that gap between bat and pad exposing the off stump, and Shepherd cannot power this one, doesn't get any bat onto it as he's trying to hit it into the onside down the ground, but loses his off stump. He's going to have to go for 8, and 123 for 6.
Yes, as is so common with these bowlers who have the technique and the ability to skill to bowl these slower balls, as Dwayne Bravo did in his day. Ellis is a master of it as well. He put pace on this one. Shepherd was a little behind the speed of that ball, and by the time he came through with a shot, through bat and pad, like you said, and a big heave-ho, and he was bowled by Ellis with a beautiful ball on the wicket. A nice change-up for Ellis. As we say, we knew he's a smart bowler. He's the most economical bowler for the series for both teams, and he's very difficult to get away. So you got to have your wits about you when you're playing against Ellis.
So Matthew Ford is out there in the middle, in for his second game in the series, and got to 15 off of 7 deliveries in the last game on Saturday, striking 2 sixes, but it's going to be a bit of a different job here for him, with 6 wickets down inside 15 overs, with the current run rate at 8.48 and just dropping now. And Ellis picks up his first wicket, goes past umpire Bassarat, and this one is guided to, very interestingly, I have to say he's in a gully position there, Gregory, because he's not on the 30-yard circle and seems to be very close inside to Matthew Ford in a gully area.
Yes, they most probably have a plan with him, and he had, I think, pace on that ball, so we'll see what he comes up with next.
So Ford, who's going to want to be able to get a score here and get his team close to that projected 171 runs. Last delivery, a dot ball from Ellis. This time he is guiding and beating that man close in that gully, who is now having to give chase, but diving away on the boundary edge, coming around from deep backward point was Tim David. Can't get out, but he gets a hand onto it, but cannot prevent the boundary. And Ford is off the mark with a boundary, and a bit of an awkward bit of fielding there from Tim David, who tried to seem to run around the ball almost and pull it back.
Yeah, he definitely made a meal of that. Ford with an excellent shot, getting behind the line of that ball outside awesome, just short of a length, opening the face of the bat while he was leaning back. And that was an excellent shot from Ford.
127 for 6. Ford with that boundary off the mark, and this time he's coming through for a single as he pushes Ellis down to extra cover and gets the single. It'll bring back Hetmeyer, who's still on 37 off of 28. He's been almost, it seems, an age ago since Hetmeyer was on strike. There's so much that has happened, and just facing one delivery, Hetmeyer, within the last 7 or 8 deliveries. And the 15 overs gone, 128 for 6. And you listening to us on Freedom 106.5 FM, the Guardian Media Limited, bringing you this broadcast. You can tune in as well to Windies Cricket on the YouTube page for commentary in this final and fifth and final T20I taking place in Warner Park in the island of St. Kitts in the Caribbean. And this is the final game. The Australians will bring an end to their tour to the Caribbean, and they'll go away quite content with victories in every game that they have played, the test matches as well as these T20s. I say every game, this final game is still going on. 128 for 8. They are in the ascendancy as he's into Ford, who whips it into the onside. It goes all the way over the boundary for 6 as he's trying to prove the Australians wrong that they can't win this final match. Gets that one over the boundary. 134 for 6, and quickly on to 11 is Matthew Ford.
Yes, that was Abbott will be disappointed with that ball. That was a nothing ball already, back of a length on his hips. And Ford did well and just turned the bat, helped it over the backward square leg boundary for 6. And with some beautiful time, and not trying to hit it too hard, but obviously he's a big man and he got the timing well, and it went the distance for the 6.
He's been a good addition to this T20 team for the West Indies. Matthew Ford got to a 50 against the Irish off of 17 deliveries, I believe it was. It was one of the fastest 50s in T20s, as Abbott is going to continue, this time outside the off stump, and dabs it into the onside, and they're going to come through for a single. He would move on to 12. It's 135 for 6, 15.2 overs, and the run rate 8.8.
And I'll note they're not using the gully like they had for Ellis for this over with Abbott. They have that space free there, and they use like I say, that gully for Ford when Ellis came in to bowl him in his first few balls. He got lovely behind the ball and just opened a face, got a single off of that one.
So Abbott into his final over. He's conceded 28 runs. He's taken a wicket, and he is around the wicket to Hetmeyer, who gets a full toss, and he's just dabbing it out to the man Tim David on the cover boundary, and just a single to the total. 136 for 6, 15.3 overs gone. Ford is on 12 off of 5 deliveries. It's final over from Sean Abbott. First delivery going for a 6, and he will want to finish strong here for his team. Australia as well. They'll be moving on. They play South Africa next. 3 T20Is and 3 ODIs. It's a dot delivery here. Ford stays on 12.
And that was an excellent ball by Abbott. Just a short ball, but he took the pace off. And they're always difficult with pace off to hit. Although if the batsman does get his eye in and is strong like Ford, they will hit you very far. But that was an excellent ball, and he caught Ford off.
This one is outside the off stump, and he's trying to stroke it in the offside, but comes off the inner portion of the bat and goes down to long on, and he gets a single. 137 for 6, and 1 delivery to come in the 16th over.
Yes, recovering well from that 6 in his first ball for this over, and Abbott has done well since then. He's always a bit hot and cold, I find, for the series. He's bowled some excellent overs, and then you'll have that one over that in his spell that he lets a few runs by.
This time to Hetmeyer, and the mid-off is inside the 30-yard ring as he plays it out to him. Cannot get the single, so Sean Abbott will finish his tour to the Caribbean. 1 for 30 he has in his 4 overs, and in 4 games he's picked up 4 wickets with an economy rate just over 10. So for him, the tour would come 10 in. 137 for 6, 16 overs gone. Matthew Ford on 13 and Shimron Hetmeyer on 38.
That was a good effort by Abbott tonight. He bowled very well, getting 30 runs on this type of wicket. Augurs well for him. He bowled his last over pretty well. He came back after getting 6 runs on his first ball. Just got a few dot balls after that. and some singles as well. So he pulled back that over well, and West Indies need to get on if they have a competitive total for the bowlers to back up their batsmen.
Ben Dorshus is going to be into the attack, left arm round the wicket to... They're going to come for two as that one is played out to the cover boundary. And it'll take the total onto 139 for 6 as Ford gets 2 to his total with that shot. He's on to 15. Dorshus 2 for 25 he has. Now his final over. He's picked up 7 wickets now in the series. And this one he's into Ford and following him outside the off stump. It's a full delivery that he tries to paddle around the corner. Comes off the outside edge to third man, but he's left in an awkward position there. Actually came off the pad, it seems. And just a single?
Yes, he's hoping that Dorshus will bowl a ball straight to the stumps and get an outside off stump to try and paddle it down. Or, as I say, the ram shot. But it doesn't work out well because sometimes they follow you and then you have to be a little bit creative. So you need to go back to the drawing board a little more on that shot.
Ben Dorshus, 2 runs off his first delivery and now a leg by 2 for 25. Third delivery to come, 140 for 6. He's bowling to Hetmeyer, and this one is a full toss over waist height and almost head height. Hetmeyer pulls it away into the onside and it actually goes all the way for 4. It's gonna be signaled a no ball 4 height, and he really wasn't quite sure where the ball was as he was playing the shot. Hetmeyer, apologies from the bowler Ben Dorshus, but it's almost a dangerous delivery. It was a dangerous delivery, but he got back onto it, Hetmeyer, luckily.
Very dangerous, yes. We don't hear the word beamers again because of this no ball now, so we just say a no ball being bowled. But that's a very dangerous delivery. Hetmeyer did excellent to get bat on that and even to get it for 4. So that was very well done by Hetmeyer.
So he goes on to 42. He's still out there, perhaps shaken a bit by that. It's going to be a free hit. Hetmeyer is going to face up 145 for 6. It's another full toss. He's down on one knee. It was outside the off stump and picked it up and hit it into his favorite hitting zone, Shimron Hetmeyer. He gets all of that. Full delivery wide outside the off stump and swinging the arms. Puts it away for 6. Some vengeance in that shot there.
Yes, just over the knee of full toss. Just outside off stump, but Hetmeyer equal to the task and put that over mid-wicket. A beautiful shot with Hetmeyer's normal timing. No chance for any fieldsman in that. There was a diving catch by a spectator who failed to catch it.
So the total on that shot will bring up the 150 for the West Indies. The 7th-6 of the innings. And in for a bit of punishment here now in his final over is Dorshus. This one is short and Hetmeyer is again down on one knee, paddling it around the corner. It was angling into his body. A slower delivery from Dorshus and he just pulled it around the corner. And it kept a bit loose and he was down on one knee just to get it right. And that shot will also bring up the 50 for Shimron Hetmeyer. He goes on to 52. So a couple events in the over. West Indies bringing up 150 and a well-played 50 here to the middle order batsman, the left-handed Shimron Hetmeyer, off of 30 deliveries. 52 not out he is.
Excellent innings by Hetmeyer, especially at the time he came in with West Indies under pressure. And he came in, he stroked it around and then went into his shots and was very confident and played very positive. Dorshus in this over, he's rattled him a bit, and especially after that beamer, Dorshus seemed to lose it, so he'll try to pull back the over at some point.
155 for 6, and this time it's wide outside the off stump, short delivery wide, and gets the bottom of the bat. He hits it down the ground in the air. He didn't get all of it. Sean Abbott takes the catch, running in from long off, and Hetmeyer, who just brought up his 50 with a 4 in the last delivery. This time he's going to have to go very disappointed. Is this Shimron Hetmeyer getting to 50 and then being out the very next delivery? West Indies lose their 7th wicket, 155 runs on the board.
Yes, Docious was a bit rattled that over with the beamer, and then with a 6 after the beamer, and then he got a 4. But this one, he bowled a slower one, pace off wide outside. If Hetmeyer left it alone, it would have been a wide. But Hetmeyer, of course, in a rhythm there of hitting 4-3 boundaries in a row, tried to get it with no pace on it, hit the toe of the bat, and a good catch low down, running in to get rid of Hetmeyer, who would have done a bit of damage in these last few overs West Indies have to face.
So with that dismissal sees the arrival of Alzari Joseph, and it's a delivery. Had he left alone, Hetmeyer might have been signaled wide by the umpire. They've already have gotten 14 runs in the over and trying to maximize on a wide delivery, but an excellent catch running in from long off by Abbott. And 155 for 7. Ben Docious in this time to the new batsman Alzari, who just thumps it into the offside for a single to get off the mark. And the 17 over is completed now. Ben Docious 3 for 41 in 4 overs, picking up a wicket in his final over, and the score 156 for 7.
Yes, Docious losing it a little bit in that over. A good over for West Indies, and unfortunately West Indies losing Hetmeyer in that over, which will prove costly. With 3 overs left, you would have been able to impart a bit of damage to the Australians. The Australian will be in a better position now with Ford there. Ford could possibly hit it, and Alzari Joseph with only Akil to come in again, as well as we have Akil and Blades, the young Blades.
So Ellis is into the attack for his 3rd over, stroked out to mid-off, and they come through for a single. 157 for 7. Alzari Joseph is now on 2. Matthew Ford is there 15. He has off of 9 deliveries. It's the current run rate just for a second went over 9. It seemed as though it could get to 10, and with the fall of that wicket, it just drops down now to 9.15. So West Indies trying to get to that 180 mark to be competitive in this fifth and final T20I. And reminding you, this broadcast is on Freedom 106.5, Guardian Media Limited. And this time it's hit in the air by Ford, and it's going across him from the bowler around the wicket. It's going to be taken by the captain, Mitch Marsh, and Ford is going to have to go. He's gone for 15, and West Indies losing their 8th wicket with the score 157 in the 18th over.
Yes, again, Ellis up to his old tricks, and a very canny bowler, as you said. He releases that one from behind his hand, and those balls normally get a little bit of bounce, and therefore Ford trying to play that over the mid-off area and skying up into the air for a very simple catch. And with Ellis here and his tricks, West Indies will want to look out and not really attack him too much, because he could be dangerous with his tricks, especially with the tail end batsmen who can't pick him. So I would say you want to get a few runs from Ellis, but be careful how you're attacking him too much, especially with that slower ball.
So Akil Hussain is now in with 8 wickets down, 157 for 8. West Indies lost 3 wickets in the power play for 49 runs, then lost another 3 wickets for 88 runs in the middle overs, and losing 2 wickets for 20 runs in these final overs, as Ellis is now over the wicket, and coming through for a single is Akil Hussain, who just drops this one down and takes off for the single. 158 for 8. And West Indies in a bit of trouble here. Tim David being brought back into the lineup for the Australians. Got 100 off of 39 deliveries. That might just be in the back of the mind of the captain, Shai Hope, and thinking that they need a few more runs on the board.
Yes, definitely. The pitch looks pretty good. It's the same pitch they've played on. It's got a lot of runs over the last few games.
This one is played out to long off. Alzari Joseph gets another single, and Ellis has 2 for 27 into his third over. So he will bowl out the 18th over and no doubt will bowl the final over of the innings. West Indies 8 wickets down, 159 runs on the board. Ellis up to his 200 wickets in T20Is with the fall of that wicket. This is a play and a miss ball, slow delivery going across. Akil Hussain pitched on about middle stump, angling across the left-handed batsman and threw on the bounce to the wicket keeper. 3 singles in the over and a wicket for Ellis.
Yes, excellent over once again by Ellis. Using that slower ball more often now to these tail-ender batsmen that he did previously, and it's a very difficult ball to play. So he'll be continually using that ball.
So 200 wickets he has now in 166 matches as he races in past the umpire, and a play and a miss outside of the off stump. A right-handed Ellis angling across the left-handed Hussain again threw on the bounce to the wicket-keeper as the 18th over comes to an end, 159 for 8. And the West Indies just struggling a little bit in these final overs, and just 2 overs to come, and 4 extras in the innings, 1 wide, 2 leg byes and 1 no ball.
Yes, excellent over by Ellis. There's 3 runs in it. Fantastic over. At this point of the game, in the 17th over, you really don't want that. But with West Indies 8 wickets down, once again we see they're not conserving the wickets to go hard at it at the back end of the innings. You know, halfway through the game, West Indies already had the tail end into the wicket. And they need to conserve a little more up front so they could get some batsmen batting these tail end wickets and going and playing without fear.
So Adam Zampa is back into the attack to bowl the 19th over, his first delivery, and he picks the off stump. Alzari Joseph trying to go downtown, and the leg spinner pitching on or about middle and off stump. Alzari Joseph misses it completely, and it takes the off stump out of the ground, and the West Indies lose their 9th wicket with the total on 159 off of the first delivery of the 19th over. Adam Zampa picks up a wicket in his 100th T20 international. He has 1 for 14, and Alzari Joseph, he's going to have to go now for 3, 159 for 9.
Yes, at this point I think Alzari Joseph knows that they need more runs on the board, and with Ellis and Zampa to come, they know they have to go after it. You know, getting 6 more runs and over for the last 2 overs and carrying the score up to 170 or so, I don't think will do it. So they will look to maximize this as much as possible. However, with the last one in Jediah Blades, I'm not too sure about his ability as a bat, but I don't think he's that sound. And he should be hoping to get Akil on the strike. Akil could hit them long if given the opportunity. And Akil will want to get another 20 runs to try and see if there's a total that they could bowl and defend.
So 9 wickets down for the West Indies, and Blades in his 3rd game facing up to Adam Zampa, and this one is driven nicely down to long off, and he's going to get off the mark and bring the senior batter Akil Hussain in to strike. 160 now for 9, the West Indies in 18.2 overs.
Yes, in not a very good position here. Could almost get bowled out in a T20. Were we bowled out for the series? No, I think we got 8 wickets down at some point.
Yeah, we got to 189 for 8 in the first game. We lost 8 wickets as well in the second game. Zampa this time into Hussain, who whips it into the onside. It's going to go into the boundary for 4. A shot in anger here from Akil Hussain, and with just 1 wicket left to come in the innings, he's going to have to do the bulk of the scoring from his end as he steps across outside the off stump, anticipating that googly delivery across him from Zampa, and puts it away for 4.
Yes, excellent shot. Akil, like I said, will try different things to get the runs going. And he took a big step outside off stump just to put Zampa on the back foot. And that was well done.
And this time he steps across again, hitting it down the ground and come through for a single. Another full toss from Zampa, angling across Hussein, and outside the off stump, a full delivery. And hit down to a long off, 165 for 9. As Blades now comes in to strike. 2 deliveries left in the 19 over. 6 runs conceded in this final Zampa over. This one pitched outside the off stump. He steps across Blades, hits it in the air. Is the man out there, lands in front of him as he was diving forward to take the catch. And it went to ground, and he's going to get a chance here to bat on, because that went to hand diving forward. The fielder out in the deep, but he just dropped it, got both hands to it, and it just burst through his hands and ricocheting off of him, and the opportunity going to ground. Zampa could have gotten a second wicket here. It would have meant the dismissal of West Indies. 165 for 9. The total. And the final delivery to come in the 19 over. And this one is defended and no run. So 19 overs gone, 165 for 9. The West Indies being put into bat.
Yes, a good over by Zampa once again. Getting a wicket early in the over, and then Akil commanding him, stepping outside that off stump and pulling him to mid-wicket for 4. Then he got a drop catch and ended over well. Blades just defending that last ball to ensure Akil could face the last over of the innings against Ellis. But Ellis will be a tough contender to go up against. Akil will, of course, try to make the most of it, as at this point, singles and 6 runs over would make much of a difference.
Nathan Lewis into the attack. Blades hits it down the ground, and it's going to go for 4 with the fielder up inside the ring. And 4 runs to Hussein. And welcome runs here for the West Indies.
Yes, Ellis trying to pull that down, just sliding his hand across it like an off break. And they had their mid on very straight, and Akil hitting that just a little wide and pulling it into the boundary for 4.
So West Indies looking to maximize this final over. 169 for 9, and this is wide outside the off stump.
Ellis again mixing it up there, Billy. A faster one, full outside the off stump, and Akil was too far on in the stumps to reach that one.
169 for 9. And Akil is hitting this one down the ground. And it's just going to be a single as Maxwell is out there. Land well in front of him. 170 for 9. 19.3 deliveries gone. And Jediah Blades is going to come in to strike.
Yes, and you can see the plan with the bowling up to the stumps, as far up his length right under the bat with a mid-on nice and straight. And that one was hit directly to Maxwell. Although he pulled down one earlier, Ellis that is, Akil hit him a little wider in the long on area and got 4.
So 5 runs in 3 balls of this final over. And this one is hit into the turf. They're going to come through for a quick single. Diving forward is Ellis, trying to break the stumps. Not quite sure if his hand hit the stumps or the ball hit the stumps. And it's going to be referred by umpire Bassarat, as that one was played into the turf, called through for the single. And the appeal and the referral, it's going to be checked. And 170 for 9, 19.3 overs gone. And an opportunity here for a run out.
Yeah, the Australians seemed confident he was out. They were on the way out of the wicket. And yes, Akil was well short of his crease there as we look at the replay on the television. Yeah.
Well, he seemed to release. Just wondering, because I saw his hand go through as well, but the ball did hit the stumps. And I wasn't quite sure if his hand hit the stumps as well, but the ball definitely striking the stumps. And it'll bring the end of the West Indies innings 170 for 4, as that referral upstairs for the run out. And West Indies are dismissed now in 19.4 overs. 170 is the total being inserted into bat. The Australians winning another toss, and West Indies Brandon King at the top of the order went for 11. Shea Hope for 9. Casey Carty brought in to replace Rovman, to replace Powell, who was injured with that wrist injury, of course, as well. Evan Lewis was also injured for the series, and Casey Carty taking up his spot as well. He went for 1. Shofane Rutherford 35 off of 17. Shimron Hetmeyer got a half century before he was dismissed off the very next delivery for 52. Jason Holder, he made 20. Romario Shepherd 8. Matthew Ford 15. Alzari Joseph 3. Akil Hussein 11. Jediah Blades left not out on 1. 4 extras in the innings, and a total of 170 West Indies being bowled out in 19.4 overs with a run rate of 8.64. The pick of the bowlers: Ben Dorshastri for 41. Aaron Hardy opening the bowling. He had 1 for 39 in his 4 overs. And Sean Abbott, again economical, 1 for 30 in his 4. Nathan Ellis picked up 2 and 3.4 overs. 1 wicket to Glenn Maxwell, just a 1 over from him. And Adam Zampa in his 100th T20I picked up a 1 for 20, just a 3 overs from him. And what you make of that total, Gregory?
Yes, it'll be very difficult to defend that total. Obviously, on this pitch, we saw the history the last 3 games, getting over 200 runs. So I think it'll be. I think Australia bowling was on. West Indies at the start didn't seem to go after the bowling or in the right manner, losing too many wickets once again. And with 4 wickets down and 10 overs gone, and Holder in, and with 10 overs to come, it does not go well for West Indies. I think with Holder coming in at number 6, West Indies need to bat a little deeper. The top 5 need to bat a little deeper. Holder ideally should be coming in with 6 or 8 overs to go. Too much for them to do at that point. 84 for 4 after 10 overs, and basically doubling the score. Once again, we see West Indies not kicking on at all in that last 10 overs. They don't have the firepower, neither do they have the batsmen to allow the batsmen in the pavilion to come out and play freely. Because at that point, most times they're trying to rebuild their innings or hold on to a few overs to see the 20 overs out. Unfortunately, this time, they weren't able to do that and were bowled out in the 20th over.
Well, West Indies is going to have 6 bowlers to use, and the main bowlers, that is. Holder, of course, opened the bowling for the West Indies. There is Romario Shepherd, Matthew Ford. Alzari Joseph is back in the lineup, replacing Ruston Chase, and Jediah Blades, the left-hander. He may again get the new ball. First up, Akil Hussein, of course, the spinner in the side. So that's the news here. 171 the Australians require for victory in this final, 5th and final T20I in the series, West Indies versus Australia. We are here at Freedom 106.5, the Guardian Media Limited, bringing you this broadcast. You can join us as well for coverage on West Indies Cricket YouTube page. And with the score 170 all out, the players are off the field. It's the innings break, and we will be right back as the players resume play. Here at Freedom 106.5 and the Guardian Media Limited, bringing you broadcasts of this 5th and final T20I between the West Indies and Australia. That game, of course, taking place in Warner Park in St. Kitts. And to let you know the update, the Australians are out in the middle, having dismissed the West Indies for 170 in 19.4 deliveries, and they need 171 for victory. Mitch Marsh is out there with Glenn Maxwell again at the top of the order, and it's going to be Jediah Blades, the left-hander, who is going to start left arm over the wicket to Mitch Marsh, the right-handed batter. And Maxwell in the last game got to 47 and was man of the match. And Mishmash faces up to Blades. The first delivery is just played out to mid-off and no run. Blades picked up the wicket of the Australian captain on Saturday in the 4th T20I as a ball. He was out LBW, a ball that pitched on replay rather, just fractionally outside the line of the leg stump. And the tram lines, the ball was not quite half and half. And the seam, the larger portion of the ball was outside of that. But he was a judge LBW live on the field of play. He didn't review it and went for no score off of the second delivery that Jediah Blades bowled. I'm Billy Fulong. Joined on commentary here with me is Gregory Davis. Gregory, do you think West Indies can come off with a victory here?
Yes, but it'll be very tough. I wouldn't bet my house on it.
So Blades, second delivery, he is in, and it's stroked out pleasantly to Matthew Ford at cover, just leaning into the shot and the ball angling across the big burly Australian captain, and no run yet to get off the mark, and no runs on the board yet for Australia. And the seam position from Blades, it's angling into the bat, but he pushed it too far wide across outside of the off stump, and the ball didn't get an opportunity to shape back in to the right hander. He's going to try again, third delivery of the over, and this time he is into Marsh, onto the pads, and it's whipped away through the backward square on the boundary. No one's out there. It goes into the boundary for 4. The man is at deep square leg. It was hit fine of him to the right of the umpire at square leg and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, we saw Blades there starting too straight and just getting a little in swing into the pads of Marsh. Marsh flicking it over to that wide fine leg area. Not a ball Blades wanted to deliver. Blades, who I like the youngster, but he has a couple balls over which he has to concentrate a little more. You saw the Australians, they were on top of where they bowl a ball. Even though they got hit for 6 or 4s, they were bowling a ball where they're supposed to bowl a ball. But Blades must bowl that ball outside off stump to come into the off stump rather than on the Australians' legs.
He's going to try again for the 4th delivery. He aborted the run as he was coming in for the 4th delivery. He's in now past the umpire outside the off stump as Gregory Davis suggested, but it's off of the inside edge of Mitch Marsh's bat. It was angled across him, trying to play it through the offside, came off the inner portion of the bat, beats the man at short fine leg and into the boundary for 4. 2 boundaries back to back for Mitch Marsh.
Yes, a fortunate boundary there for Mitch Marsh. Unlucky by Blades, getting his line a little better, a little wide maybe, and getting a little angling into Mitch Marsh, and Mitch Marsh getting a inside edge, missing a wicket and going to the fine leg boundary.
So he started wide outside the off stump, 2 dot deliveries, then angled one back into the pads, put away for 4, but went back outside the off stump and hit for another boundary. This one is on the stumps and just around middle stump, and Marsh just coming down on it, plays it out to mid wicket and no run. The total on to 8, and the 2 boundaries in the first over, chasing down a total of 171 for victory with a required run rate of 8.5. The Australian captain has gotten starts in the series so far, been into the 20s a couple times, but has not been able to go on. He's been very prolific in previous series, but just getting into the 20s and on 3 occasions and not able to push on. As Blades is in now, and he is hitting this one over extra cover. He's going to go into the boundary, races into the boundary, 1 bounce, and Blades again outside the off stump. He's going to be put away for 3 4s in the over, and Australia finished the first over on 12 without loss.
Yes, and we saw Australia opening bowlers as well, struggling for swing. They got some swing, maybe the first over, and a couple balls swung after that. These last 2 balls from Blades didn't swing. This one was a half volley really outside off stump, and it was well put away by Marsh. It wasn't a ball that Blades will want to bowl again. I think he's looking for the in swing, but he didn't get it the last 2 deliveries. One he put on Marsh's legs, which was a good ball, because if that swung, it would have gone down the leg, and Marsh would have clipped it around his legs for 4. That seemed a good ball, but this ball was a straight ball going across Marsh and a half volley, and Marsh dispatched it for 4 as should have.
Holder is going to take up the attack. So no Akil Hussein, and Jason Holder again will pick up the attack from the opposite end to open the bowling for the West Indies. He's going to be bowling to Glenn Maxwell. This is outside the off stump, off of the outside edge of Maxwell back, and it has been put down by Blades. Or has he taken the catch? He fumbled it first and then fell to the ground to try and recover. And in fact, umpire Zaid Bassarat is going to call for a referral to see if the catch was cleanly taken. So we'll have to wait on the replay. But it seems as though, was he dismissed, Gregory?
Yes, well, Blades signaled to Holder that he did take the catch cleanly. He did fumble it, but he did take it before it hit the ground on his second attempt. Yes, and as we see from the replay, he did comfortably take it. And Maxwell is making his way off the field. And that fielder is there a little finer than normal, because Maxwell has this way where he opens the face of the bat very, very fine and gets that ball through to the second slip, while that short third man is just a little wider than that normally. So it's a good catch, well taken eventually by Blades, well bowled by Holder, just touching down, just short of a length. Maxwell onto his front foot, a little wider than he would have thought. Comfortable Maxwell, that is. And his first ball, he went caught by Blades off of Holder. Excellent catch eventually.
So the first wicket goes down with 12 runs on the board, and the man of the match in the last game, he is gone now. And the right thing being done by the umpires out there, Zaid Bassarat and Leslie Reefer. The third umpire, Dayton Butler, and the reserve umpire for this game, Gregory Brathwaite, the match referee, Rion King. And with the fall of that first wicket, and it's the man in form, Josh Inglis, out in the middle. Holder picking up a wicket off of his first delivery of his over. And he's been in quite exquisite form with 162 runs to his name in the series, with a high score of 78 not out and an average of 54. Just saying this outside the off stump from Holder, short of a length. And off of his very first delivery, he's trying to paddle that one around the corner. No contact, goes through to the wicket keeper, and no run.
Yes, he tried a reverse paddle, his first ball. Man batting with a lot of confidence there.
So very extravagant shot by Inglis' first ball up the wicketkeeper batsman. And he's been very prolific in the series. Holder again, it is to him. This time a more conventional shot, stroked off of the back foot between cover and backward point, and a chase is on, and they're going to get two as it's hauled back just a few yards inside the boundary rope, and the score now moves on as Inglis gets off the mark with 2 to 14 for 1 in 1.3 overs.
Yeah, it's a better shot by Inglis there. Just getting back behind the ball, opening the face a little to get it behind point. And Inglis is so powerful. I don't know why you want to play a reverse pull the first ball you come out to face, when you know if you're there for a little while, runs will come.
He's bringing with confidence. A full toss this time from Holder, and he pulls it into the onside. One bounce in front of the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it'll go for 4 fours in the innings so far, in this total of 18. We're in the second over still, and dealing in boundaries, it seems as though just Inglis wants to continue on in that vein here. Gets his first boundary. He's on to 6, 18 for 1.
Yes, he makes it look easy, but a ball that high to dispatch over mid-wicket, I mean, he and Hetmeyer, I think Hetmeyer does it a little better than him, but they really do it very well.
So 6 runs in the over. Holder is again outside the off stump and punched off the back foot. It'll go all the way out to the sweeper boundary. There is no one patrolling that boundary, and another 4 runs to Inglis. He is on to 10, and he is looking as if he's been there all day.
Yes, and when you could play shots like this, why play a reverse hook the first ball of your innings? Wait until you need those shots to play it, because those shots could get you out unnecessarily. And here he is batting as though he's taking his time and not a big flurry of shots, but putting away the bad balls. Excellent batting by Inglis.
So Holder's conceded 10 runs, and this time he is angling down the leg side, called wide by umpire Bassarat. And we've seen this from Jason Holder in the previous games with a number of deliveries just angling down the leg side and being called for wides. He bowled 5 wides in the 4th T20I. He got a wicket, 1 for 38, but 5 wides from Holder and again down the leg side for that delivery. So 23 for 1 as this one is punched down. And is it Blades there who takes the catch? English, that Ford in fact it is. And Holder gets the 2nd wicket of the innings. And the score on 23. English a full toss that he just punched to Matthew Ford, who is at mid-on. He takes the catch and the wicket falls.
Yes, excellent ball by Holder there, taking off a bit of pace off of that ball. English being beaten, the ball was directed to the leg stump. And English trying to hold back his shot. And it was an excellent ball, especially for the over, with 2 fours coming off of the over and a couple more runs. The wide was a previous ball. Holder was a bit under pressure in the last ball to bowl, bowling a wide the previous one. And with this one, he lined it up on the leg stump, slightly slower. Not a completely slow ball. He went about 120s compared to his 130 or so. And English not adjusting his shot in time and being caught low down by Ford at mid-on, coming forward just a bit.
So a big breakthrough for the West Indies as Holder picks up 2 wickets in his first over for 11 runs. And the batsman gone Glenn Maxwell for no score off of just 1 delivery. And now Josh Inglis having struck 2 fours, he's gone for 10. So West Indies looking to put some more pressure on as there's a bowling change. Alzari Joseph replaces Jediah Blades, and he is into Mitch Marsh, who lifts this one straight down the ground. There's going to be a chase on as it lands and plugs a bit in the outfield, indicating that the new batter, or Marsh, it is on strike, as Cameron Green is the new batter. Marsh facing up here and pushed down the ground for a couple runs. And the loss of that English wicket sees Cameron Green to the crease, but Mitch Marsh now is on to 14. Alzari Joseph, the new bowler, replacing Jediah Blades in the attack. And the Australian captain looking to bring 5 consecutive wins for him. Alzari Joseph past the umpire, and he picks the top of off stump. Not for the first time, and we mentioned it in the last game, as Alzari Joseph comes back into the team, and not for the first time gets the wicket of Mitch Marsh, the Australian captain. He's bowled. That ball cannoned into the top of off stump, and Mitch Marsh is going to have to go. He has not fared well against Alzari Joseph in recent games, and just an average of around 5 or 6 runs or so against Alzari Joseph in particular. Mitch Marsh, the Australian captain, gone for 14 and 3 wickets down with 25 runs on the board.
Yes, excellent ball by Alzari Joseph. They just struck the top off the ball. The seam was pointed for outswing, but no swing available. Touching down and just cutting in a bit, catching Mitch Marsh for pace as well as that in cut, going between bat and pad. Mitch Marsh not coming forward much, staying in his crease and trying to play the ball from there. But with Alzari Joseph's extra pace, just beating him on that extra pace and a slight in cut. Very well bowled by Alzari Joseph for his first, that was his second ball.
So 3 wickets down, and Tim David, the Centurion, he was left out of the last game and comes back in to see his team 3 wickets down. He's in the 3rd over, just 2 deliveries and a peach of a delivery there from Alzari Joseph. Mitch Marsh, who's not gotten a lot of runs against Alzari, in particular in ODIs as well as T20s. He's only managed just about 22 runs against him with an average of 5.5 against the West Indies quick bowler. And again getting the wicket of the Australian captain. Left out of the last game and back into the lineup with a bang. This time it's to Tim David, and it's stroked down to Holder, who is at mid-on. David, the new batsman, 100 off of 39 deliveries, and brought home that game for Australia, chasing down 205 for 9, and got there inside 17 overs, just requiring one ball into the 17th over to chase that one down, in partnership with Mitch Owen, who scored 36 off of 16. He hit 11 sixes and 6 fours in that knock of 102. Alzari is down the leg side to Tim David. The score on 25 for 3, 2.3 overs gone. Both batsmen yet to score. Cameron Green yet to face a delivery, as Tim David just asking the umpire why that one was not signaled wide. It was angled down the leg side and perhaps just brushing the thigh, Gregory?
Yes, the umpire thought so. It's very close to the thigh. So the umpire may have thought that it just brushed the pants on the way down the leg. Very, very close.
So he's still yet to get off the mark, is David. He's walking down the pitch asking the umpire why that wasn't called wide. Alzari Joseph to continue. 5th delivery of the over, and it's into a good length, and backing away a fraction was David, who just punches it to Shepherd on the offside, and the single they do get. 26 for 3, one delivery to come in this 3rd over.
Yes, excellent over by Alzari Joseph. He continues to bowl well. He has a little extra pace, and he's getting a little movement off the seam.
So we just seen the replay of David questioning the umpire's decision, and Holder just having a few words with him to confirm the umpire's decision. Final delivery of the 3rd over, and it's full into the hips of Cam Green, facing up to this first delivery, gets a gift, and he puts it away down to fine leg for 4. So he gets off the mark with a boundary, and 30 for 3, 3 overs gone.
Yes, unfortunate there. Full toss. I think Alzari Joseph was getting a lot of off the wicket, and the benefit of him bowling and getting that movement off the wicket, he did not use that, and with the ball coming full on the hips of Green, he just tucked it around the corner for a 4 in his first ball he faced.
So a bit of inconsistency in that over from Alzari. He got a peach of a delivery to Mitch Marsh, a perfectly lined delivery, but couldn't repeat it in the other deliveries in the over to the right-handers, and the final delivery just going away down the leg side for 4, being put away for 4. 30 for 3, Holder to resume, and this one is hammered down the ground, landed just a couple yards into the long off boundary, and a good length delivery, pitched up, over-pitched from Holder, and put away with a plum from Tim David.
Yes, Tim David has started where he's left off in the last game, and Holder wouldn't be happy with that delivery. Up in the zone, and Tim David does what he does best. Got rid of it.
So 34 for 3. And the second delivery of the over to come, and it's angled into David, who just lifts it effortlessly over long on for 6, and he's dealing in boundaries here in this Holder over. 10 runs off the first 2 deliveries, 40 runs on the board despite having lost 3 wickets. Tim David is motoring on. He's on to 11.
Yes, another one, two pitched up, half volley on the stumps, and Tim David just helped himself, lifted it over the long run area for 6. It was given away really, with Holder trying to bowl a slightly slower ball.
So David, they're going to have to be careful here, the West Indies, as David can, if he bats anything like he did in that 3rd T20I, he could make light work of chasing down this total of 170. And he hit 11 sixes in that knock with 6 fours with a strike rate of 275.6. And Holder is just going to have to be careful in this over here to David. He's in a no-nonsense mood. 4th ball of the over goes past the umpire, and this one is hammered down the ground. It's going to go all the way for 6, hit straight back over the head of Holder. And 2 sixes in the over as well as a 4. 4 deliveries in this second over from Holder. 2 sixes and 7 fours in this innings. And David is quickly on to 17, a 46 for 3. The Australians in 3.4 overs.
Yeah, once again, it's too close to David. Anytime you go up in his zone, he's going to go 100%, attacking. So Holder losing his length there just a bit. He's got to go either bowl up at the crease or pull back the length of it like he did in the first or second ball.
Holder again is into him. This time it's outside of the off stump and he's just shutting the back face as he's played out to forward at mid-on. They do come through for a single. The ball just squeezed out by David from Holder. Takes the total onto 47 for 3 with one final delivery left to come in the Jason Holder over. Green is on 4. He got one full toss that he put away for 4 from Alzari Joseph to get off the mark. And he is going to be facing up to Jason Holder. It's been a very expensive over from Holder. 17 runs in it. And 47 for 3. Green is just dabbing this one back down to Holder, who feels on his follow through. And 4 overs gone, 47 for 3. David on 18 and Cam Green on 4.
Yeah, he closed off the over a little better there, Holder. This over wasn't as good as his first over. He basically gave Team David an opportunity to free his arms, bowl it too close to him, and those that he pulled back the length a little bit. Tim David struggled and they just played it straight and got the straight bat on it. And when he bowled up Yorker length, which he took off pace. So basically 3 bad balls that over, and we know if you give Tim David that opportunity, he's not going to give you 2 chances.
It's going to be Alzari Joseph to continue. He's going to bowl the 5th over. And he's going to be bowling to Tim David on strike. And 47 for 3 the score. It's past the umpire. And this is tugged into the onside off of a good leg. Alzari Joseph. It was angling into the body. And Tim David stands tall and just destroys this delivery over mid-wicket for 6.
Excellent shot by Tim David. Alzari didn't do much wrong with that delivery. Top of off, just outside off. And Tim David got behind it and pulled that through square leg for 6. That was an unbelievable shot, but nothing was wrong with that ball Alzari Joseph bowled. He'll most probably try to pull back the length a little bit now.
Yeah, he was just a little bit on off stump, middle stump, angling into middle stump. And David just effortlessly hit that away for 6 over mid-wicket. He's on to 24, 53. As the 50 comes up, this time outside of the off stump, a bit wider from Alzari Joseph and goes through to the wicket keeper. And a dot ball in a Tim David innings.
Yes, he put that on his 6th stump. So Tim David is trying to hoik everything over the onside. And Alzari Joseph recognizes that, especially after that last ball, which wasn't too bad a ball. But Tim David was equal to the task. Now we'll see what Tim David does with Alzari's new line.
So the first delivery hit for a 6. It brought up the 50. 53 for 3. 4.2 overs gone. He's in again. Outside the off stump, short of a length. And this is just slapped away over backward point for 6 off of the bat of Tim David. He's just continuing where he left off in that third T20I. And this time into the boundary for 6. 66 meter 6 from Tim David. A short wide delivery outside the off stump.
Yes, unbelievable shot. It was not a bad ball once again. But Tim David, he's going with 100%. The one before he missed, and this one he got a bat on it, and it flew over the third man area for 6. But it came off the face of the bat, and he gave it everything 100% bat speed.
So he's on to 30, and this one from Joseph is angled down the leg side, perhaps trying to get that ankle Yorker in to David, who's on 30 off of 11 deliveries. And the score now with that wide, 60 for 3.
Yes, trying to do something a little different. Every ball was just back of a length. He tried to get it up to the Yorker length, but unfortunately his line was not correct. And this is where I think where we see the Australians are different. When they try the change ball, they often get it correct. But we always in our change ball.
So Alzari, 2 sixes struck in the over off of his bowling, off of the bat of Tim David. He's wide outside the off stump in his run-up, and he angles it into David, and it's a full-length delivery, clipped into the onside, and Hetmeyer takes the catch, diving forward at deep mid-wicket. Alzari went wide up the stumps and angled it into middle stump, pitched up delivery, and David didn't get a hold of it. And an excellent catch out in the deep by Shimron Hetmeyer. He's going to have to go, Tim David, for 30.
Yes, once again, Alzari carrying it up to Tim David and not giving him the length. Up, he aimed that into his leg stump. Tim David trying to pull that through mid-wicket, couldn't get on it properly, just on the inside of the bat. A very good catch by Hetmeyer, running around to mid-wicket, running a little straighter, and eventually getting under it and taking a little dive at the end, just to make sure he has the control of the ball. That was very well bowled by Alzari in changing up his balls, and very well caught. Good cricket there on the end on West Indies' part.
So I was about to read out the stats for Tim David in the last inning. He's played over 102 off of 37 deliveries. The ball-by-ball stats for him. It was incredible reading. 4-1-1-1, 6-1-4-0, 6-6-6-0, 6-6-0, 6-4-6, 0-0, 6-6-0, 4-6-1-1, 6-0, 1-1-1-0-4-1-4. That did not even take 30 seconds, but it amassed 102 runs.
Definitely.
But he did a partner with Mitch Owen in that innings, who is out there in the middle now with 4 wickets now down for the Australians. And he got to 36 in that partnership off of 16 deliveries with Tim David. So Cam Green is still out there as well. He's 350s in this series in the first 4 games. But it's going to be Owen to face up to Alzari Joseph. And it's short and mistimed into the body. Quick delivery there from Alzari Joseph. And tried to play a pull shot. Choked for room. And could only get it down to mid-on. And no run.
Yeah, it's well bowled by Alzari. Choking him up there, like you said. Getting on the back foot, but didn't have enough room to swing his arms. And Australia again, batting wisely with Green, the anchor in the innings, ensuring that he's there and he will flourish as the game goes on. And the batters, they actually go after the bowling. But West Indies, if we could get a couple of wickets here, will definitely be in a commanding position.
So Alzari, 1 delivery to come in the over, and there's a fielding change for Owen as Rutherford drops out the deep mid-wicket. So there's a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Owen, who is facing his second delivery, Alzari is into him, and it's choking him up for room as he was backing away, and hits him high on the bat as he's trying to play a pull shot. Doesn't have the room, and the ball is quickly on to him at 142.5 kilometers an hour. And the final delivery, they do get a single off of it. And Owen off the mark. It's 61 for 4. Good over there, despite the 2 sixes, but a big wicket there from Alzari in that over.
Yes, excellent. Tim David could have changed the game within a couple of overs. So it's good to get him out of the way. And Alzari just following Owen in a couple of balls that he faced. Owen trying to back away and make room for that horizontal bat shot. And Alzari not allowing him to get the arms free. And he actually, that last one there, it went in the ear back in Alzari Joseph's direction, however, just on the other side of the wicket. So it was a possibility that did not pan out well.
So Holder is taken out of the attack, and Matthew Ford comes in. He's going to be bowling the final over of the power play. And much like the West Indians and the Australians losing wickets early on inside the power play, 4-61 they have. The West Indies had lost 3 wickets for 49 in their power play of 6 overs. So West Indies picking up an additional wicket as Ford is in. It's a slower short delivery to Ford, and he's beaten him with that delivery. He's trying to play a pull shot and pulling out of it when he realized it was a slower short delivery, and just hitting the toe end of the bat as he was trying to leave it alone, and popped up into the offside. And luckily for him, it didn't go to hand as the fielder, Brandon King, was just deepish on the 30-yard circle, trying to come in, couldn't take the catch.
Yes, that's excellent bowl from Ford. His first ball, a slower bouncer. It's an excellent ball to bowl, and I don't see it being used as often as I think it should be used.
Yeah, and Ford now changes things up. He decides to go right and round the wicket to the right-handed Owen, and it's angled down the leg side. It started down the leg side. He's bowling round the wicket, so he's coming from the leg side of the right-handed batter Owen, and it stayed on the line through to wicket-keeper Hope, and wide signal by the umpire. That delivery was pushed through at 124.5 kilometers an hour. And we are reminding you, in the final over of power play, 4 wickets down the Australians and 62 runs on the board, 2 fairly new batters in, as Ford continues round the wicket, and this one is driven to holder at Rutherford rather is at mid-on, and they come through for a single. Takes the score on to 63 for 4. 2 deliveries. 3 have been bowled in this final over. One of them was a wide. So 2 runs in the Ford over, 2 legal deliveries bowled. Green is on 4 to face up, and Owen on 2. And Ford just asking for some fielding changes from his captain, Shea Hope, and some final adjustments. He's asking for Alzari to move to his left, and Alzari is hesitating to shift to his left as Ford is back over the wicket, and they do get a single this time to Holder as the ball is played into the onside, and just Alzari on the big screen just holding his right side, grimacing a bit, maybe a worrying sign for the West Indies, and one of their leading fast bowlers. But it's Ford to continue. 3 deliveries in the over. The score 64 for 4 in the power play. He's back around the wicket now, and this one thuds into the pads of Owen, who's trying to work it into the onside. Doesn't get any bat onto it, and a precious dot ball in this final over power play.
Yes, Ford mixing up his balls well. Very deceptive, a slower bouncer, one full on the pads. So he's trying to change it up a bit, trying to surprise the Australian batsman on where he's going to be bowling his next delivery.
Luckily, he escaped with that full toss. It was a full toss struck on the pad as Owen was walking down the pitch to him and just lost a bit of balance and hand-eye coordination as he missed a full toss from Ford round the wicket. As he continues round the wicket, it's another slower delivery out of the side of the hand of Ford. Again, is going to be signaled for another wide. That one delivered at 97.5 kilometers an hour, dipping under 100 kilometers an hour. It's impressive to get a ball that slow from a medium pacer.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
Signal wide by the umpire.
Yeah, that run up and you know, that height and so on. And that's what I see Ford. But I find the execution of the Australians, they will bowl those balls and they'll have more control over it. And this is the little thing I'm thinking the West Indies lack. And if they execute a little better, because they have the skill set, and I just believe if they could execute a little better, maybe a little more practice on their special and significant balls, that it'll make a big difference, because Ford has mixed up the balls very well this over.
He's just not getting the line quite right. He himself is switching from over to round the wicket for this final delivery. Stays round the wicket as it's another short delivery pulled into the onside by Owen. They do get a single as it makes its way out to deep mid-wicket, and 66 for 4. And 2 wide deliveries in the over, and 7 deliveries bowled, 2 of them being wides, are going to have to be bowled over. So there will be an additional delivery now. And in this power play, 66 for 4. And Green is going to be facing up for this final delivery. The Australians in a spot of bother here, having lost 4 wickets inside the power play. And current run rate at 7.41. This one just tapped into the onside for a quick single. And the man at mid-wicket races in and gets the thrower diving through. And from Casey Carty there, coming in from mid-wicket, he's inside the ring and can't hit the stumps from side on. And just a single to the total, 67 for 4, the power play over.
Yes, an excellent over by Ford. Came in there with the last over of the power play. Owen and Green facing, although new to the crease, but he really changed it up a lot. Showed a lot of skill to make his balls. They had one or two wides, like you said. If you could tighten up on those and deliver those change-up balls with a little more direction and control, then he would be. I think there's a lot to work with there with Ford. Hetmeyer is coming off the field, not sure. He seems to be grimacing a bit, and he's coming off the field. Not sure who came on for him. But once again, Ford with a very good over. He's changed up the pace of the ball, the line and the length. He's even changed up if he's coming over and round the wicket. He allowed the batsman to keep guessing. And we see them Muti on for Hetmeyer. Hopefully we'll find out soon enough what is Hetmeyer's state.
So Alzarri Joseph comes out of the attack, and Romario Shepherd is going to replace him. He was just holding and grimacing the right side and in the obliques area, Alzarri Joseph. So Cam Green is going to face a new bowler, Romario Shepherd. He just plays him through the covers and through to Casey Carty, who's dropped out to the deep cover boundary, and they come through for a single. 68 for 4. The field is now spread, and 6.1 overs. The first delivery after power play. Godakesh Moti on the field. I think he's a deep mid-wicket. We get a chance just to verify that fielding position, but he certainly is on the field for Shimron Hetmeyer, who looked a bit uncomfortable walking off the field at the boundary edge. He did take a diving catch forward. Well, he took the catch and then tumbled over, and was the wicket of Tim Green. Alzarri picked up 2 wickets, but is out of the attack. Romario Shepherd taking over from him, and they just might as well held him back nevertheless, despite that side niggle that he seems to be favouring that right side. Shepherd again now is pulled into the onside from Owen as he changes up and goes round the wicket. Two right-handed batsmen out in the middle, and as we saw from Ford in the last over, he kept changing from over to round the wicket, settled on round the wicket, and Shepherd with his second delivery goes round the wicket as well, following in a plan designed by the bowling coach Ravi Rampal. We saw him do that quite a lot in his T20 career. As Shepherd continues, and he's angling across the right-handed Green, who just pushes it to Brandon King at extra cover. They're going to come through for a single, as King didn't contest and just acquiesced to that single. Score goes on to 70 for 4. 6.3 overs gone. Green on 8 and Owen on 4.
Yes, and Shepherd has been changing up his balls quite a bit in this over as well.
Continues now to Owen, and it's short into the body and pulled and put away by Mitch Owen. It was short, it climbed on him, it was a bodyline delivery, and the Australians, who are no strangers to playing short pitch deliveries, and he's quickly onto it. High grip on the bat he has, and fully locked elbows, pulling off of the front foot. One bounce into the boundary for 4.
Yes, I'm not too sure Shepherd would want to be bowling a short ball on anyone's body, because there wouldn't be much else to do but pull it. So I think that misdirected.
This time he returns to that line wide outside the off stump, and King races in, tries to stop the single as it was played out to him one-handedly, can't pick up, and they come through for another single on the offside, and Owen goes on to 9. The total 75 for 4, 1 delivery to come in the 7th over. And we've seen him, Gregory, outside of the off stump, just getting singles, decides to dig one in shorter, tall Australian batsman, and puts away for 4.
Yes, especially on the body.
Yeah, so he's again for the final delivery of the over, and it's across the right-handed Green. The mid-off is in the ring, and he hammers it between King and mid-off, and it races into the boundary for 4. The length was different on this occasion from Shepherd. The line was again outside the off stump and quite well put away. 79 for 4, 7 overs gone.
Yes, we've seen this from Shepherd, especially in the last game. He came in the last 6 overs and he bowled a very well, very, very good over. especially after Blades took those 2 wickets in that over, got those 2 drop catches and bowled an excellent over. But here we see again Shepherd missing his length. He tried a wide Yorker, which he was successful for a couple balls of the over, and then he bowled a short ball to the body and was promptly hit away for 4. Now I think that short ball, Billy, he should have tried that a little wider, because I think he misdirected that short ball. This wide one, which is his strategy of bowling, which is not bad because the ideas are good. The execution is not good. So what happened to him is he missed his length. And as you know, when you miss your length and you bowl in a Yorker, you deliver a half volley. And it was promptly put away.
So Shepherd going for a couple boundaries in that over. And as well, the long off wasn't in place. And no deep extra cover. It was pushed out to King. Well, it's Ford starting a new over here, and this one is whipped into the onside. Owen gets a single. He's on to 10. 8 here for 4 as we start the 8th over. And the long off was not in place. He was in that mid off. King, who has been giving up those singles, sitting on the 30-yard circle, but there was no protection out in the deep. And Green on that occasion, just adjusting where he hit the ball, they were pushing it to King, but then hit it to the right of King as well, and it went all the way for 4. And that boundary actually tied Cameron Green with the leading run scorer Shai Hope in the tournament on 165. So he has a chance to go past him. Now Cam Green, 350s in these 5 T20Is. Ford is going to continue to Green, who's on 12. And this one, and it's short and pulled away into the onside, diving away on the boundary to his left. Can't make the stop, Romario Shepherd, who is looking at his hands as he picks himself up off the ground. And a better effort might have prevented the boundary. He was racing to his left, but seemed to dive over the ball. And Cam Green gets another boundary to a ball that was just again going across him, but it was angled closer more on the wicket.
Yes, and he's now the highest run scorer for the series. But that was unfortunate because Ford has been bowling very well and he needs to be backed up in the field much better than that. I mean, that's 4 runs there and that should have been just a single.
So Ford this time, and it's a good delivery here, Yorker length delivery, dug out. And Blades does the fielding. They do get a single and takes the score on to 85 for 4. In the 8th over, and Green is on to 17 and Owen on to 10. They have to be careful here, the West Indies, because these two did resurrect the innings when Australia were in a bit of spot of bother. They were 3 for 61 when they lost the wicket of March off the second to last delivery of power play in the 3rd game, when Tim David and Owen put the sword, pulled out the the Dre Russell bat and made the game easy in the end for the Australians. So Ford is going to continue. Just want to be careful and not bowl loose deliveries. And this one, is it King diving away at extra cover in the ring, gets a hand onto it but can't prevent it going into the boundary, this time from Owen. And it is King. He got a right hand to it. He's sitting on the edge of that 30-yard circle. And going across this line, Ford is pushing across the right-hander, both Green and Owen. Owen, like Green in the last delivery, he just hammered it past King for 4. And this time, King getting a right hand onto it, can't prevent the boundary, and another 4 in the over.
Yeah, it's once again, another boundary through a misfield. And that was unfortunate. It's a good attempt this time, but just going through his hands and redirecting it to a boundary, a different place.
And this time Ford is short and advancing down the track. He gets it over mid-off and it'll go down to the boundary for another. This time it goes all the way for 6. Mitch Owen advancing down the track. It was dug in short from Ford around the wicket and he hits it over the head of the non-striker. It'll go all the way for 4, 95 for 4. One delivery to come in the 8th over.
Yeah, that's a power of a win. That's unfortunate there. Because I don't think he should have bowled a short ball at this point. I thought that wasn't the appropriate ball to bowl. and Owen coming down. But Owen, you know, it was a difficult ball to hit per se, but not for Owen. Owen has remarkable strength and just muscle that over mid-off for 6.
So this second over going for 16 runs, is it? Matthew Ford, none for 22. He has last delivery. Full toss, down the leg side, picked up by Owen and deposited out of the ground. He's on to 26. It's another 6 in the over. Back-to-back 6s. Badly lined delivery down the leg side. Full toss as well. And that 6 brings up the 100 for the Australians. And a 101 for 4. 8 overs gone. The Australians looking in control now.
Yes, definitely. That was a poor delivery, a slower ball down the leg. And with Owen's strength, you don't give him those balls, a full toss. And that went for that over, maybe 22 in that over. It was unfortunate because he's bowling very well until that point, and then 2 missed fields gave away 8 runs, and then you had him losing a bit of confidence, and then bowling a couple bad balls to end over. And this is the importance of the fielders, and this is where you realize that, you know, if you're backed up properly in the field, then the bowlers have a little more confidence. But at that point, his over, you know, he struggled to end over properly, and then it with a 4, a 6, and a 6 back to back, and that is the end of the 8th over, and Australia in a commanding position now at 101 for 4.
So Shepherd is being pulled out of the attack. It's going to be Jediah Blades, who had the 1 over at the top of the innings and conceded 12 runs. Romario Shepherd's over went for 12 runs as well, as Blades will bowl to Green. Starts full and wide outside the off stump. Signal wide by the umpire. And perhaps on replay we could further analyze where exactly that ball landed, but it's going to be called wide by the umpire. And Blades will have to bowl again.
Yes, Billy. Once you're touching that line out there and the ball is going away from the batsman, the umpires will always give it as wide. So that's the criteria that I think the umpire would have used.
102 for 4. As we try again to start the 9th over, and this time is just along the same line, but inside the tram lines, the guideline rather, and stroked out to deep cover. From Green, and they have enough time to come for 2 runs here. The fielder out in the deep was a bit slow, I thought, to get around, and afforded them the opportunity to come back for 2 runs. 104 for 4.
Yes, and Australia on the ascent now with 2 overs to go for the water break at the 10 over mark.
I have a question for you, which hopefully would have time to get into it. As we see, Ravi Rampal was just shown on the screen as well, the bowling coach for West Indies. It's going to be the 3rd delivery, but only the 2nd legitimate delivery of the over by Blades to Green, who punches it down the ground. And this one is going to run into the ropes. Ford at long on cannot come around to cut that one off. The left-handed Blades is over the wicket and pitching on around the off stump and punched down the ground quite easily and effortlessly from Cam Green in the form that he is in. Goes all the way to the boundary. 23 runs now he is on off of just 11 deliveries. And another boundary comes up, 108 for 4. I'll get to that question, and it has to do exactly where that ball went. Okay. We saw it going there in a few times in the 4th over, that there's no long off in position. And the bowlers from Blades again is this time pitching on around the off stump, shuffled across a bit Green and hits it down to Ford, who is at long on, and just come through for the single. He couldn't get across the long off, which is the point I want to make here, that in the 4th over and now in Blades, with the angle of attack outside the off stump, there's no long off in place.
Well, I think what he's hoping for is a very wide angle of attack on the off stump. They don't want it too close to the off stump. That one to Green was very straight on just outside off stump. If you're going outside the off stump, it has to be on the crease close to the wide line.
And as a change up now, Blades pitches this one in short and pulled off the back foot from Mitch Owen. It's really too slow for the Australian batter, Mitch Owen. and it was short and wide. He fetched it outside of the off stump. It seemed just a balloon in the air off of a short length, and he had enough time. He was actually off the ground when he pulled that one into the onside for 4.
Yeah, it's an excellent shot again from Owen. His power really shows. A short ball just on the off stump, and Blades looked very disappointed in his position of his fielders. He thought it should have been stopped, but I'm not sure that's the ball you want to be bowling to Owen.
Well, Blaze doesn't seem to have any answers in this particular over, as it's hit down the ground now, and Ford comes around from long on. It clipped the bails as it was hit down the ground off of a good length from Blaze, who just increased his pace for that delivery to 136.8 kilometers an hour. And it was hit down into the pitch, landed on the top of the bail at the non-striker's end, and just did he get a single? In fact, the umpire has now signalled no ball as the woes continue for the West Indies bowlers. Foot is on the line, and adjudged that it was over the line. Nothing was behind the line, rather. It looked very close
Very
indeed.
close.
Very,
It's a
very
little
close.
Too close for comfort.
The 50 partnership came up with the previous boundary, and now there's going to be a free hit in the over from Blades. And this is wide outside the off stump and hit down the ground. There is a long off in place, who does the fielding, and just a single off of the free hit. 116 for 4. So the free hit not costing too much from Blades, and now requiring 55 runs to win from 67 deliveries, with 1 ball left in the 9th over.
Yeah, and that was Owen was, yeah. Owen was facing an Australia really on our ascent here. Both batsmen are well, but one thing I'd like to point out is Green's role in this Australia side. It's been fantastic, his role. He powers through, he commands his position on the side, but he also he bats with authority, but he doesn't take unnecessary chances like Inglis and Owen, etc. And here comes Blades, bowls that outside the off some half volley, and Owen goes way over long on with that one, and that was a bad ball from Blades. He gave that up for Owen. Owen is not going to let that go. Just one step forward, and that was onto the pavilion's roof. Blades going up into the half volley area, and Owen putting everything into that, carrying for 96 meters, and the umpires will need a new ball. It hasn't come down through the drainage system of the roof as yet. So a beautiful shot by Owen there, and Blades lost it a bit in this over. He started over with a wide and ended with a 6, and 21 runs coming off this over of Blades. So the last couple of overs, we've seen 43 runs in this over as well as the previous over. So Australia definitely commanding this match now, and with 49 runs to go, possibly it could last 2.5 more overs. So if they continue in the same vein as they've been doing now. But we are talking about Green, and Green and his position in this team ensures that he stays there, bats and attacks the bad balls, but does not give unnecessary chances. And you'll see Inglis, you'll see Maxwell, you'll see Owen going after it and very hard, and maybe taking a little more chances. And Green is the stability of it, and he's proven that in this entire series. He doesn't bat with the same strike rate as the other batters. However, he's there, he bats at a very high strike rate as well, but he stays there and gives that Australian innings that stability.
Well, after 9 overs of medium pace, fast medium pace, Akil Hussain, the lone spinner in this lineup, is going to come into bowl the final over before the drinks break to Cameron Green, who's on 25. 122 for 4, and now 49 runs to win off of 66 deliveries as Akil starts into the pads of Green, who just taps it down for a single, down to a long off. 55 runs coming, Gregory, in the last 18 deliveries. And it's going to be a forced change, perhaps, to bring Akil on. But we were discussing this, time and time again, and you've made mention of it. The score is 123 for 4. You've made mention of it that you wanted to see him bowl at least one over in the power play.
Yeah, he's such an attacking over. I think he has a record of the most wickets in the power play in international cricket this year or last year. But he has some sort of record there. We could look at it. And yet you're not using him in a power play. I'm not sure why you wouldn't use him in a power play. I see nothing wrong with using him in the middle overs because he could bowl there as well. But why not have one in a power play as well?
Well, he comes in now to bowl with 48 required. Is wide outside the off stump. And off the toe end of the bat, skews a catch out to short third man. Alzari Joseph takes the catch. And Akil Hussain, to stem the flow of runs, has picked up a wicket off of his second delivery, being brought into the attack after 3 very expensive overs. Conceding 55 runs, the West Indians, in the last 18 deliveries. And Akil Hussain comes on and takes a wicket off of his second delivery. It was pushed wide, and that's a big wicket. And it breaks the partnership.
Yeah, very well bowled by Akil. I'm not sure if they'll go to the break now, but he bowled it, touching the wide line, keeping it away from the hitting zone of Owen. And he got a little extra bounce and turn. And Owen, of course, in his attacking mode, just back of a length, he didn't read the bounce too well, taking just the bottom part of the bat and spooning up to that short third man.
So breaking the partnership, Akil Hussain. And in fact, the players are going to take that drinks break now with that wicket falling in 2 deliveries into the 10th over, 123 for 5. And the Australians in command losing their 5th wicket now and being pegged back a little bit. And reminding you are listening to coverage on Freedom 106.5 FM, the Guardian Media Network. And as soon as the drinks break is over, we'll be right back to bring you more commentary in this 5th and final.
Good evening and welcome again to the coverage of the Australia versus West Indies 5th T20 International. And the score is 123 for 5, and Akil Hussain continues after taking a wicket of Owen in the last ball before the water break. Australia needs 48 runs from 62 balls, 9.4 overs gone, and the score is 123 for 5. With Akil Hussain bowling an excellent over here after the previous 3 overs went for 50 runs. He's taken 1 wicket and conceded 1 run so far in 4 balls of this 10th over of the innings. They just came from the water break after the wicket fell. And Hardy is in, faced 2 balls so far. Green is on 26 and 14. And Akil again bowls to Hardy, who drives it back to him quite easily. And Akil picks it up and goes back to his mark, looking for to end this over in a good note. And once again, the same delivery. And Akil 1 for 1 in 5 balls. Slow down that one a little bit at 84 miles per hour compared to his normal 96 miles per hour. So Akil into Hardy again, and Hardy trying to turn that one. And it was a leading edge. Akil running in front of the backing up batsman, but wasn't able to get his hands on it. Went a little further over, maybe where the umpire would stand. Mid-on came in, fielded it. And an excellent over to get 1 wicket for 2 runs. The score 124 for 5 in 10 overs.
A very impressive over, in stark contrast to what has gone on earlier. Blaze had 2 overs at the top of the innings for 33. Holder had 2 for 28 off of his 2. Alzari, excellent over from him where he picked up the wickets of Mishmash and Tim David. 2 wickets he had for 21 runs, and Ford went for 28 in his 2, and Shepherd 12 in his first over. So Akil just coming on and getting a wicket, and just 2 runs conceding as well, just to follow up on the wicket from the spinner. And we made mention, Gregory, the score 124 for 5 after 10 overs. And Hardy is out there in the middle on 1. I made mention of it that we didn't see Akil in. Firstly, he wasn't opening the bowling, and then didn't bowl at all in the power play. And all the way in the 10th over, he was introduced as Hardy is playing this one from Alzari Joseph into the attack to backward point and cannot get the run.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure what the thinking is to keep Akil for so long, especially with a score like this. Akil is your best bowler in the sense of strike rate, not strike rate, but runs per over. He keeps on the runs per over, and then Hole is after him. So I'm not sure what the thinking was. If you're gonna, you should have tightened up on one end and maybe bowl slightly attacking bowlers at the other end. But it is what it is, and Akil has come on and proved himself in these middle overs, as he did the other night as well. He's proven to bowl to be a bowler who you could use anywhere during the overs, but he's particularly excellent at the top end. He always takes a wicket or 2 in the first 6 overs, and now we see Alzari Joseph hobbling off the field.
Yeah, and a new development here. We did make mention that he was holding on to that right side at his hip area, and after delivering 1 delivery, and he is strolling off the pitch in some discomfort. Not much facial expressions you ever get to see from Alzari Joseph, but he did wince in pain as he delivered his first delivery. Joel Andrew replaces him out there in the middle, coming back into the team. Alzari Joseph picking up 2 very key wickets, and disappointing that we see him leaving the field. And with the Pakistan series coming up, might just be a little bit worrying. So Shepherd is going to finish the over for him, and the first delivery to Hardy is angled down the leg side and signaled wide by umpire Leslie Reefer. 125 for 5 as we start the 11th over. Well, Shepherd starts this portion of the 11th over. 1 dot delivery from Alzari, and with Pakistan in a few days' time, Gregory, West Indies just in a bit of concern. Rovman Powell, wrist injury, Evan Lewis out, and now Alzari Joseph walking off the field. Shepherd, and this one into the pads and worked in the air. It'll go all the way over mid-wicket, 4-6. Hardy striking his first boundary. It goes all the way for 6. He is on to 7, having faced 6 deliveries with a 72-meter 6 now, coming cleanly off the middle of the bat, and 131 now for 5.
Yes, and that's an excellent shot coming up to his pads, onto his pads, and Hardy flicking that over the boundary for 6. And that was a beautiful shot. I'm figuring Hardy was a batsman at one point in his career.
Well, he is an all-rounder in the lineup, Aaron Hardy, who can open the bowling. This one is played out to Brandon King, who has to do some work in extra cover, can't prevent the single. That 1 run takes it up to 132 for 5, and 3 deliveries gone in this Joseph/Shepherd over, as Hardy goes on to 8.
Yes, and a couple of things. Hardy seems so sound as a batsman. All-rounders, you see maybe a little weakness, but he seems as though at one point in his career he had to bat to be on a side. He may have bowled as well, but that's how competent I find he looks in his batting role. And you're talking about injuries, and remember Hepmeyer is off the field as well.
Shepherd is angling across Cam Green outside the off stump from round the wicket and goes through for a single. 133 for 5 as Hardy comes back into strike. He made 23 off of 16 deliveries with 1 6 and 2 4s. Aaron Hardy in that win for Australia in the last game, chasing down 205, and they got that victory in the final over of the game. So Hetmeyer, we can see there in the dugout, sitting next to Rovman Powell, and doesn't seem to be too much serious concern there with Hetmeyer, which might be good news.
Yeah, they'll definitely need Hetmeyer in that Pakistan series. And it's concerning because even the last game, there were 3 or 4, I think about 3 fielders off the field. And with that series starting in a few days' time, and they have to travel to the US as well, not much rest in between.
This one turned into the onside and a single to the total, 134 for 5. One delivery to come now in this 11th over, and Cam Green on 27 is going to face it as round the wicket from Shepherd, and it's hammered straight back past Romario Shepherd. So he's gone for runs again in the over, taking over after one delivery bowled by Alzari Joseph. He's been hit for a 6 and a 4 with 3 singles in the middle and a wide to start off, Romario Shepherd. So he's gone for 26 runs in 1.5 overs as this over comes to an end. And Australian, particularly with Cam Green, looking quite solid yet again. 33 runs required off of 54 deliveries, 138 for 5, 11 overs gone.
And Billy, you made a point a little earlier about that mid-off position being vacant. And if the bowlers really can't execute and don't have the skill set to get a batsman to play it wide to point, then you may as well bowl within the capability, set your field within the capabilities of the bowler. And, they got to think about that because, that straight, that mid-off area is giving away quite a few runs.
Akil Hussain is back into the attack. Down the wicket is Hardy, looking to come after Akil Hussain, who feels off of his own bowling. Has a couple of words to back up the dot delivery. Akil Hussain, 1 for 2 he has as we start the 12th over. 33 required off of 53 deliveries. Hardy on strike on 9, having struck a 6 already in these 9 overs that he's faced thus far. Backing away he is and cutting. And did he get a bat onto that? It comes off of the forearm of Shai Hope behind the stumps. And did he get bat on that, Gregory?
Yes, he did. He got a little touch. But it's too much for Shai Hope to take. It hit him on his arm. So enough deviation where keeper can't take it up to the stumps.
Well, Akil Hussain has a slip in place for the start of this over, and that cut shot going through, hitting the wicketkeeper rather than an opportunity for a catch, comes in now. 2 dot deliveries in the over. Hussain is into the pads of Hardy, who tries to play a sweep. It balloons off the pad. The first slip takes off after it as it trickles down past the 30-yard circle behind wicketkeeper Hope. And they come through for 2 runs, is it? As Brandon King, 1 run rather, Brandon King doing the chasing and limiting them to a single from first slip. So Akil Hussain looking to pull this back here for the West Indies. 32 required off of 51 deliveries. And I know his fans would have been disappointed that he wasn't given the new ball, as we've seen Akil Hussain make the breakthrough for so many teams across the world, including West Indies, with that new ball in hand first up. This time he's outside the off stump and driving off the front foot is Hardy, comes through for a single, 140 for 5. We are in the 12th over, and 2 dot deliveries and 2 singles in this over by Hussain to back up his first over of 1 wicket for 2 runs being introduced in the 10th over of this innings. And he is in past umpire Basrat. And it's outside the off stump, cut away off the back foot. It wasn't all that short, but using the depth of the crease there, good batsmanship shown there from Aaron Hardy. Quite capable, as Gregory Davis mentioned in his critique of the fast bowler's batting ability. And the total now onto 141 for 5. 1 delivery to come in this Akil Hussain over. He has 1 for 5. And he's past umpire Basrat. Floated up and hit in the air. Cam Green, it's high up into the air and calling for the catch. 2 fielders converge. Matthew Ford in the end, coming in from that long off position, takes the catch. Shafane Rutherford was backpedaling. It would have come over the shoulder of Shafane Rutherford, and Matthew Ford doing quite well to call for it. It burst through his hands, and then he just closed the legs as he took it in that catching zone, got the opportunity to get a second bite at it, and gets the catch between his thighs. He holds on to it. Matthew Ford celebrate by throwing it as high as Cam Green hit it in the air. And another wicket for Akil Hussain. 2 for 5 he has as the 12th over comes stand in 141 for 6. And the wicket of Green, a big wicket falling there.
Yes, excellent knock by Green. He did well to come in and bat when he did, and he played an excellent innings as he does throughout the series. He got 32 runs with a strike rate of 177, 5 fours, and no sixes. I think Akil bowled an excellent over there. He used a lot of variation. The 2 balls before that, he bowled a very fast ball into the pitch. And this one, he slowed down a little bit. And Green, thinking he can hit it over the mid-off area, got it, skied it up into the air, with Akil holding back that ball pretty well. So that was to get a batsman who is set and having such a good series, and to get that wicket. That was excellent bowling by Akil. And maybe this is why Hope held back Akil to take the rest of the wickets in this innings.
Excellent observation, Gregory Davis. 6 wickets down now, and West Indies trying to claw their way back into the contest. And we saw Tim David pull out the claw when he made his 100. A celebration repeated by the Australians in the last game. And West Indies in this turn, their turn to claw back into this contest as Holder takes up the bowling. He's round the wicket to Hardy, who dabs it down and gets through for a single to third man. 29 required off of 47. 142 for 6. It's the first delivery of the 13th over. Is bowled. The new batter out there in the middle is Ben Darcius, coming back into the team after having been left out yesterday. And now we do get an opportunity to see how deep the Australians bat with these new players coming into the team on this tour. 27 required off of 47 deliveries. I say new players, but just the most senior players is Adam Zampa in this bowling attack, as Darcius is backing away, dabbing it down to backward point. Moti, who is on the field for Shimron Hetmeyer, does the fielding at backward point, diving away to his left, and there can be no run. 142 for 6. Holder it is, a dot delivery to him. He's gone for 29, but has taken 2 wickets. Holder. Australia looking to make a clean sweep in the series. Holder to the left-handed Ben Darcius as he gets it down to, in fact, Ford does the fielding, coming around from mid-off to intercept between the long on-fielder and Holder, and just a single. So 28 needed now off of 45. Is there hope left in the game here, Gregory?
Well, let's hope Akil runs through the rest of the batters. Darcius look as though Akil might be able to give him some trouble. But we still have Hardy there, who will take the position of Green and most probably bat to see out the innings.
This one from Holder is outside the off stump, and King again is at that extra cover, diving around to his left and cannot prevent the single. So just singles and a dot ball in these 4 deliveries in this over from Holder. 144 for 6. Mitch Marsh went with the score on 14. Glenn Maxwell, no score. It was one of the victims of Jason Holder. Inglis was very aggressive in his knock of 10 off of 5 deliveries. And Cam Green falling to Akil Hussain. And we speak about the catching in a bit, for 32 off of 18 with 5 boundaries. David went for 30 off of 12. And Mitch Owen, who was looking to take it home for the Australians, he got to 37 before he was dismissed by Akil Hussain. Hardy and Darcius is out in the middle. There has been 4 singles in this Holder over and 1 dot delivery. 145 for 6. Hardy is going to be facing up with 26 runs required, 46 deliveries, legal deliveries left in the innings. As Holder just making some adjustment to his field. There is a very fine short fine leg and a very fine short third man pulled into the one side. As Holder from around the wicket, and is going to go into the boundary at deep mid wicket for 4. Holder has some choice words because they thought for a moment that the deep mid wicket should have been straighter, and it was pulled ferociously from Aaron Hardy into that mid wicket area. And Holder is not happy at all. Neither is Akil Hussain, who is in conversation with Holder, indicating that the man should have been a bit straighter. But I think even if he was straighter, Gregory, it would have still gone into the boundary for 4. It was hit ferociously.
Yes, it is very well hit. It's a slow, shorter ball outside the off stump. It's very well played by Hardy on the ground, and he looks as though he wants to stay there till the end. And Australia played well in the 4th one day when we took a few wickets at the end and ensured that they stayed there. They didn't try to hit boundaries all to the end. They made sure that they stayed there and picked them up. Got the loose balls and put it away. But that particular fielding position there, wide mid-on, is they had 2 fielders there in the last T20. So I think I'm not sure if that's where they wanted the person to be, or Holder was disappointed in the ball that he bowled.
So Akil Hussain is going to bowl his 3rd over. He has 2 for 5. 150 comes up with that boundary for the Australians with the loss of 6 wickets, and 13 overs gone as this one is wide outside the off stump. The left-handed Dorshus tries to reach it and the signal wide by the umpire, so Akil will have to bowl that one again. So the first legal delivery to come in this 14th over with 21 runs required. 2 for 6 Akil has. Dorshus facing up to him. And again, it's angled across the left-hander. Left-hander to left-hander. Played out to Casey Carty at extra cover and no run. And what we've seen with Akil, despite the 2 wickets, in addition to the 2 wickets, I should say, is quite a number of dot deliveries. And the 3rd 50 for the Australians, coming off of 31 deliveries, being slowed as the first 250s of their total came up within 25 deliveries. 21 and 25 deliveries, I believe it was. The 3rd 50 coming up in 31 deliveries, as there's another dot delivery here from Akil Hussain outside of the off stump. A play and a miss from Dorshus, who's on 2. 150 for 5. Akil trying to follow up on 2 dot deliveries. And a bit short outside the off stump, punched off the back foot by Dorshus. Protection out there in the deep. Carty it is, and 1 run to the total. 155 for 6. 20 needed. So good spell here from Akil. I just wonder, seems as though he might just bowl out as well. All 4 of his allotted overs, with just 20 runs now needed off of 39 deliveries.
Yes, and they seem cautious against him as well. I'm not sure if Dorshus might take some chances with Hardy there. That's ensuring Hardy stays to the end. But it's only 19 runs to get and 38 balls, so there's no need to press on. And West Indies, unless they clog up the gaps, if they allow the singles, then there's no stopping this at all.
Joel Andrews doing the fielding there off of that last delivery. They do get another single. Hardy, he's on to 18. Dorshus comes back on to strike. 152 for 6, and 2 deliveries to come in the Akil Hussain over. He's past umpire. He's bowling left arm around the wicket and angling across the left-handed Dorshus, and gets it out to backward square on the boundary, and another single in the over. So 9 runs in these 2.5 overs from Akil Hussain. 18 required now. 153 for 3. Hardy continuing on where he left off on Saturday. He's not out on 18 off of 16 deliveries. 16 deliveries he faced on Saturday, he had 23. So maintaining that similar type of strike rate, and just being restricted here by Akil Hussain. He's not able to get a boundary, Hardy, but he is still there, not out. So 1 delivery to come in this Akil Hussain over. It's a bit of a delay as the field changes around, fixing Andrew in the exact position he wants him. Joel Andrew on the field, the substitute fielder. Finishes his 3rd over, Akil Hussain, with a dot delivery. 2 for 9 he has. 153 for 6. 14 overs gone.
Yes, a little too late with 18 runs to go from 36 balls. 6 more overs to get 18 runs. Akil Hussain has come in and 2 for 9 in 3, like we said, Billy, should he have come in a little earlier than that? The 9th over was the first over he bowled. As an international bowler, I think he has some records of taking wickets in the first 6 overs. And although in this series, to back up Hope a bit, he hasn't been at his best in taking wickets. He's bowled well. He's still bowled, one of the lowest run rates for his overs. And obviously with Blades there, who's doing quite well. I think Blades has a lot of ability. He turns around. I don't know if it's Ravi Rampal's input, but the strategies of what they want to do seem very sound. I think the skill level of implementing it just needs a little more work. And once they do that, you could see where they could become a tight bowling unit. With Akil there, who could perform for a few years still.
So Jediah Blades is into the attack for his 3rd over, bowling to Ben Darshas, 153 for 6 outside the off stump. Dabbed into the onside, turned down the single, but Brandon King coming in from extra cover misfields a simple one and allows yet another single in the extra cover area. And we just wanted to see Matthew Ford took a catch, fumbled that catch. There was another catch taken earlier on in the deep that was fumbled as well, and we saw West Indies put down catches in that second T20I. So work to do in the fielding department as well with this white ball in moist conditions in the night, proving a bit difficult for West Indies in the outfield.
Yes, definitely. You see, for an international team, I think both teams are ordinary until the last T20, the 4th one, T20 International. Well, Maxwell really, came above the series level in his catching capabilities. But we saw many catches going down and very ordinary fielding at many times, balls going straight to fielders, like that one just now to King, and going through the fielders. So definitely have some work. I don't know if it's a light in here at certain grounds, but definitely need some work there to back up on that field and back the bowlers.
So Blaze, another single conceded in the over, takes the total onto 155 for 4, 16 needed off of 34. And 2 singles in this over so far. Dorshas again will face up now, and he just backs away and guides it down to 3rd man area, and they come through for a single. Carty does the fielding, takes Dorshas onto 6, Hardy on 19, 156 for 6, another 15 needed. So a fumble from Blades himself in that first over when he took that catch to dismiss Glenn Maxwell for no score. And then Matthew Ford had a bit of a fumble, but a good recovery.
Billy, at this point in time, will you
the Blades here just again push into the offside, and they get another single. Brandon King doing the fielding with a shy to the non-striker's end and missing the stumps. Have 1 stump to aim at, but we've seen a number of singles conceded in that extra cover area. A lot of them have been just pushed to King on the offside, and they take off for the singles. So 4 singles in the over, 14 needed off of 32, 157 for 6.
Yeah, if we continue this way, we're obviously not going to defend the runs. So, I mean, you're just going down and allowing them to score singles. And they're capable, and they're doing it. All the hard hitters are gone. So, as far as I'm concerned, I will definitely, Dorshas, I will cut off the singles and attack. And if he hits a 6 or 4, well, so be it. But we'll definitely lose. Giving them the singles, because we can't defend that. You can't play, and give away singles if you have 13 runs to win.
Blaze in to Dorshas, who cuts this one away. It's in the air, well wide of the backward point fielder. A smile from Rutherford out at the backward point. But he saw that one was coming at him, but was in the air for a bit, just landing outside the 30-yard circle. And no chance of a catch, but the smile from Rutherford indicating that, almost thinking that they induced a fall shot from the Australian batter, and 158 for 6, 15 overs gone, chasing down 170. West Indies being bowled out in 19.4 overs. Australia winning the toss and inserting West Indies into bat for the 5th time in this T20 series. And with just 13 needed now off of 30 deliveries, Akeal Hussain is going to continue on to bowl his final over in this series, his final allotment as well in this spell. And this one is chipped in the air by Ben Dorshus, facing up. He's going to get a single out to long on. Goes on to 8, the total 159 for 6, as Hardy, who is on 20 off of 19. And you could see the strike rate of the two batters as well. 20 off of 19, Hardy, and Ben Dorshus 8 off of 12. They are not looking for boundaries as such, looking to rotate the strike, particularly with Akeal Hussain taking 2 wickets and being quite miserly, as we've grown accustomed to seeing. He's now on a reverse sweep, just to counter the point we were making. He pulls out the reverse sweep, no pun intended. He gets it very fine, this accomplished lower order batsman, Aaron Hardy. It goes all the way to the boundary, beating the short third man, and very well executed shot indeed. 4 runs to the total, just 8 required now, 163 for 6.
Yes, excellent shot there by Hardy. Very well played, and no chance for the fieldsman at that point.
Akeal continuing on, being struck for his first boundary in this spell, and this one played out to, well, they're going to get a single to extra cover. It was played out to Moti. It is there in that extra cover, and as they have been doing throughout this innings, they take a single to the fielder. The throw from the left-handed Moti went through to Shai Hope, and he fumbled it and allowed the single, couldn't recover to try and execute that run out, and disappointed was the captain Hope, who took that throw in that was a bit too high to get a run out. And now 7 required. This one played away to backward point. They're doing it in singles here after getting a 4 in the over, the pair of Hardy and Dorshus, as the score moves on to 165 for 6, with just 6 runs now required and 2 deliveries left in the Akeal Hussain over. Going to continue on. Akeal 2 for 16. And
yes, he's done a wonderful job here at the tail end. They were cautious against him. They didn't take many chances, but he was able to get those wickets when they tried to attack him. And I think he did a good job here, as much as Hardy did a good job for Australia in ensuring they came over the line relatively safely and not with 8 wickets down or so.
Another single here, and Akeal Hussain down to long off. This time he's in, and this one is hit up in the air, and the catch taken. Joel Andrews, the substitute fielder, takes the catch. It's the final delivery in the Akeal Hussain spell. He now has 3 for 17 as Australia lose their 7th wicket with 166 runs on the board. And Ben Dorshus has to go for 9 off of 14 deliveries with just 5 runs. I think he tried to do it in one hit, trying to go after Akeal Hussain. It was ill-advised as he spooned it up to Joel Andrews. He's just trying to hit it in the onside, but spooned it up to extra cover. And he has to go. Australia lose their 7th wicket with 166 on the board.
Yes, Dorshus may have had enough at that point. And with 5 runs to win and Akeal tossing up 1, he decided to go for it. He was nowhere near close to the length or pitch of the ball. And Akeal beating him with a bounce, just getting a top edge. Well taken by Joel Andrew. We must say that, although it was a very straightforward catch, but, you know, under these conditions, to take the catches, that was well taken by Joel Andrew. And a little flutter there through Akeal's bowling, taking 3 wickets at the tail end of this innings here that Australia is playing. But they still have Hardy in, which is a great benefit to them.
So Ford is going to bowl now, 166 for 7, 5 required. He's bowling to Hardy, who strokes it down and gets a single down to a long off. gets the single, and 166 for 7. Akil Hussein just throwing a spoke in the wheel of this well-oiled Australian machine as they're trying to get 5 victories out of 5 in this 5 T20I series against the West Indies. Just 4 runs now required. Akil Hussein picking up 2 for 17 as Ford is in. And they're squeezing a single out to backward point, a shy at the non-striker's end, and doesn't hit the stumps, and they come through for another single. So now 3 runs required off of 22 deliveries. Hardy on to 27. Abbott off the mark, the new batter, and a quick single to give the strike back to Hardy. 3 runs required, 168 for 7.
Yes, Akil ending with 3 wickets for 17 in his 4 overs. Excellent spell by Akil. And Ford is here to try and hold the innings back and hopefully for the West Indies part try to bowl to Abbott.
And he's in past the umpire, and this is struggling. The mid-off is in the ring, Gregory, preventing the single, as just 3 runs are required now by the Australians to clinch the series 5-0. They already clinched the series after 3 games, and now trying to do it emphatically inside of 20 overs with just 3 runs required. 3 for 17 with an economy rate of 4.25 from Akil Hussein, and just a 1 wide delivery from him, and 1 reverse sweep that went for 4. Boundary coming off of his spell. Matthew Ford is in, and it's another single down to long on. 169 for 7. Just 2 runs required now for victory. And reminding you as well, Pakistan series is coming up 31st of July. It'll take place in the Broward County Stadium in Central Board Park in Lauderhill in Fort Lauderdale. 3 T20s. So it advertising 2 persons in with the price of 1 ticket. So if you are there, Ford is in, and wide outside the off stump, a play and a miss. He's trying to go in the air. Sean Abbott on 1, trying to go over extra cover. Plays and misses, prolonging the innings for the Australians with 2 runs required off of 19 deliveries. Hardy not out at the opposite end on 28 as Australia tries to close off this victory. And then the West Indies will return to Trinidad and the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba for 3 ODIs. That is what is next for West Indies, as Ford is in. None for 31 he has. It's chipped in the air by Abbott. It's going to land 1 bounce inside the rope, requiring 2 runs for victory. He gets there with a boundary. 173 for 7. Australia wins by 6 wickets. Not out, Sean Abbott is on 5. And Aaron Hardy not out on 28. Victory to the Australians in 17 overs. An emphatic victory here in this series, Gregory Davis.
Yes, definitely. With 3 overs to spare, that means West Indies are well short of a competitive total. And Australia there faltered for a little while in the first 10 overs. They lost 4 wickets at the end of the 9th over. And then again with Akil coming on in the end overs. Curious though, why was Akil held back so late, especially him being the tightest bowler you've had for the series. However, the real story is the fact that West Indies continues not to make enough runs for the bowlers to defend, and we can see here that the bowlers need maybe a little extra work on their they have the right ideas. It looks like the strategy is correct, but it's just to deliver when they need to deliver. And every now and then you can't get 2 balls wrong and an over in this type of cricket, especially against these Australians who are, like you said, is a well-oiled machine. And these are some youngsters coming up trying to make their name in Australian cricket, with a couple of the stars not here. And they're making a big case for themselves to be included in the Australian teams going forward.
Yeah, a couple of big names missing, some of them due to retirement for both teams. Marcus Stoinis has been retired from the Australian team. There's no Aaron Finch, has gone a while now. David Warner as well at the top of the order. They've been chopping and changing at the top of the order. They seem to settle for Glenn Maxwell with Jake Fraser McGurk playing the one game, and Glenn Maxwell taking over at the top of the order. So they still seem to be working on quite what their final lineups will be in advance of that World Cup in India and Sri Lanka starting on February 10th in the Asian continent. West Indies, in the meantime, they're going to have to play Pakistan. They're going to travel to the US to take on Pakistan for 3 T20Is. Some of these players have just completed playing in the MLC, the Major League Cricket in the US. Akil Hussain, one of those players who played for the Texas outfit. Romario Shepherd for the San Francisco Unicorns out there in the US. So they'll return to the US to play in Broward County, the Broward County Stadium there, and back to Trinidad for 3 ODIs that will be carried on Freedom 106.5 FM, the Guardian Media Limited, as well as commentary on the Windies Cricket YouTube page. West Indies will then be off to the United Arab Emirates for 3 T20Is against Nepal, and then journey to India on the 2nd of September, I believe it is, for 2 test matches in the mix of these T20s, and then to New Zealand on the 5th of November for 5 T20s, 3 ODIs and 3 test matches, a full series down under in New Zealand, and then they will be across in South Africa for 5 T20s in January, just before the start of that World Cup. Australia, in the meantime, will be playing against South Africa on the 10th of August, I believe it is, 3 T20s and 3 ODIs. Against New Zealand, they will be on the 1st of October for 3 T20s and 3 ODIs. And then they take on India starting in Perth on the 29th for 5 T20s in preparation for that World Cup. And then, of course, the Ashes in November, 5 test matches against England down under. The World Cup, reminding you, is starting on the 10th of February. So a couple standout players here in this tournament. Shai Hope, the West Indies captain, leading run scorer for the West Indies. Brandon King had a good series as well. The Australians, Cam Green, seemed to be settled in that one-down position with 3 50s to his name, and he got to 32 in this innings. Tim David got to 30 on the back of his 102 not out. Mitch Owen looks a good prospect indeed in the middle order. 37 he got off of 17 deliveries. Aaron Hardy as well, the budding all-rounder in the international arena now. He got 28 not out off of 25 deliveries. And the bowling for the West Indies is not good reading. They've been very expensive. Jediah Blades 38 off of his 3 overs, 2 for 36. Jason Holder opening the bowling with Blades. Alzari Joseph looked quite penetrative and quick. Got 2 wickets for 21. Went off with a side strain, and we did not see him return to the field of play. Matthew Ford, none for 35 in his 3 overs. Romario Shepherd completing the Alzari Joseph over. He bowled 1.5 overs, no wicket for 26 runs. The pick of the bowlers in this game, Akil Hussain, 3 for 17 off of his 4 overs. There's a couple injury concern for the West Indies. Rovman Powell out with a wrist injury, and Evan Lewis, who could take no part in this 5-match series with an injured wrist as well. He was replaced by Casey Carty for this game, and we saw Shimron Hetmeyer as well going off the field during the course of the innings. It was a good knock from Hetmeyer, the pick of the West Indies batters. He got a 52 off of 31 deliveries, was dismissed right after he got to 50. So that's the news here from Warner Park in St. Kitts and Basseterre. This game closing out the series, a 5-match win for the Australians on the back of their 3 test matches win against the West Indies. Their tour to the Caribbean has come to an end. We are here, Freedom 106.5 FM, Guardian Media Network, bringing you coverage of these games. Tune in when we will bring you coverage of the Pakistan series as well, played in the US and in Trinidad and Tobago in Taruba. Gregory Davis has been alongside me, sharing the commentary here with me, and Carrie V has been hosting us here at Freedom 106.5. This is Billy Furlong here saying on behalf of all the Cricket 360 Network and Freedom 106.5 Guardian Media Limited, saying thank you for joining us, and tune in when the next time you will hear from us is at the toss.
Listen and stream the all-new Talk Radio Freedom 106.5 for the only talk that matter. This is Freedom 106.5 FM, 106.5 FM. Your solution for current affairs and talk. Join the conversation today as we build a better nation. Insightful discussions and interviews on national progress, the latest developments in environmental, social, and governance, plus corporate social responsibility. Freedom 106.5 FM gives you a voice. Freedom to inspire. Freedom to change. Speak your mind with Freedom 106.5 FM.
I've got too much pride, too independent to have you by my side. But my heart said all of you will see. Just don't live for someone until you live for me. Never thought I would find love so sweet. Never thought I would meet someone like you.
Show me life, baby, show me what
so alone, but I hold on to secrets in white houses. Maybe I'm a little bit over my head. I come undone at the things he said, and he's so funny in his bright red shirt. We were all in love and we all got hurt. I sneak into his car's cracked leather seat, the smell of gasoline in the summer heat. Boy, we're going way too fast. It's all too sweet to last. It's alright, and I put myself in his hands, but I hold on to secrets in white houses. Love or something ignites in my veins, and I pray it never fades. In white houses, my first time, hard to explain, rush of blood, and a little bit of pain on a cloudy day. It's more common than you think. He's my first mistake. Maybe you were all faster than me. We gave each other up so easily, and silly little wounds will never mend. I feel so far from where I've been, so I go, and I will not be back here again. I'm gone as the day is fading on white houses. I lie, put my injuries all in the dust. In my heart it's the five of us. White houses, and you, maybe you'll remember me. What I gave is yours to keep. In white houses, in white houses, in white houses.
Falling too fast to prepare for this. Tripping in the world could be dangerous. Everybody circling as vultures. Negative, nepotist. Everybody waiting for the fall of man. Everybody praying for the end of times. Everybody hoping they could be the one. I was born to run, I was born for this. Whip, whip, run me like a racehorse. Pull me like a ripcord. Break me down and build me up. I wanna be the slip, slip. Word upon your lip, lip. Better that you rip, rip. Break me down and build me up. Whatever it takes. 'Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes. 'Cause I love how it feels when I break the chain. Whatever it takes. You take me to the top. I'm ready for whatever it takes. 'Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do what it takes. Oh, that I feel being typical. Looking at my body feeling miserable. Always hanging on to the visual. I wanna be invisible. Looking at my years like a martyrdom. Everybody needs to be a part of them. Never be enough from the prodigal son. I was born to run, I was born for this. Whip, whip, run me like a racehorse. Pull me like a ripcord. Break me down and build me up. I wanna be the slip, slip. Word upon your lip, lip. Better that you rip, rip. Break me down and build me up. Whatever it takes. 'Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes. 'Cause I love how it feels when I break the chain. Whatever it takes. You take me to the top. I'm ready for whatever it takes. 'Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do what it takes. But critical, egotistical. Don't wanna be the parenthetical, hypothetical. Working onto something that I'm proud of. Out of the box, an epoxy to the world and the vision. vision we've lost. I'm an apostrophe. I'm just a symbol to remind you that there's more to see. I'm just a product of the system of catastrophe, and yet a masterpiece, and yet I'm half diseased. And when I am deceased, at least I go down to the grave and I have to leave the body of my soul to be a part of me. I do what it takes, whatever it takes, 'cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes, 'cause I love how it feels when I break the chain. Whatever it takes, you take me to the top, I'm ready for whatever it takes, 'cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do what it takes.
Where did you go? You're telling me that you love me. But boy, you know that you belong to another girl who loves you. You are so fine, so fine. You blow my mind with the things you do to me. She's not fine, she's not fine.
trade the world for the good things found. If she is bad, he can't see it. She can do no wrong. Turn his back on his best friend, he puts her down. When a man loves a woman, spend his very last dime trying to hold on to what he needs. He give up all his comforts, sleep out in the rain. If she said that's the way it ought to be. When a man loves a woman, I give you everything I've got. Trying to hold on to your precious love. Baby, baby, please don't treat me bad. When a man loves a woman, deep down in her soul, she can bring him such misery. If she's blinded from a fool, he's the last one to know. Loving eyes can never see. Yes, when a man loves a woman, I know exactly how it feels. 'Cause baby, when a man loves a woman, oh, when a man loves a woman, when a man loves a woman, when a man loves a woman. Close your eyes, make a wish, and blow out the candlelight. For tonight is just your night. We're gonna celebrate all through the night. Pour the wine, light the fire. Girl, your wish is my command. I submit to your demands. I will do anything. Girl, you need only ask. I'll make love to you like you want me to, and I'll hold you tight. All through the night, I'll make love to you when you want me to, and I will not let go till you tell me to. On the floor.
step. Rev me up, my little buttercup. We can tuck sheets, snuggle up, and get stuck. Believe it or not, here comes a brother with glow. A snuggling, bubbling, overweight, loving, hugging pro. So what's it gonna be? Me or the TV? Let me take time to set your mind and your body free. So why don't you just stretch for a sec? Lay while the bottle so I can cop a quick wreck. Shake me, baby, bake me. No need to fake, here I am, come on and take me. Wind your body, baby, move your body. I see you still sliding, come on and do it, honey. I'm not quite sure as to what is going down, but I'm feeling hunky-dory about this thing that I found. Jingle, but you jiggle. So spread over your love, cause it's heavy in the middle. Moving like a mover, she wanted to groove, so I grooved her. Then she wanted to learn, so we play school, and I schooled her. But not like this. We can toss and turn, rumble, tumble, and twist. Anything you want, I give it. Fantasies will live it, so lay down and relax. Love of my lady, love of my baby girl. Spread your wings so we can fly around the world. Harmony, charming me, your fingertips are calming me. When you drop the kiss of Susie Q, you drop the bomb on me. Stretch it, flex it. Give me the permission, okie dokie, I'll bless it. Bless it like Buddha as the best. We can lay down at the love and put your head on my chest. One time. Keep it funky. Yeah. Keep it like smooth. Here we go. What can we do? What are we gonna do? Roses are red and violets are blue. Love is good and plenty if you get plenty good loving. Kiss you where you hot, do what I got to keep you bubbling. Do me right, my lonesome dove. Tell your man one time, what is this thing called love? I'm not quite sure as to what is going down, but I'm feeling hunky-dory about the thing I found. Shake it. Oh yeah. Come on, do the right thing, baby. Now that we found love, what are we gonna do? Here we go. Keep it funky, baby. Yeah. Now that we found put your hands together now. Come on. Do it all. Baby. Bring it back one time. All up in money, earning my furnace was dedicated to you, know what I'm saying? Oakland, Bronx, Queens, Manhattan, the whole New York City. I said I love you to death, so you don't stop and you don't quit. You got to keep on until the do it like this. You don't stop and you don't quit. You got to keep on and on and on. Yeah, alright. Come on. Now that we found love, what are we gonna do with it?
By the moon and the stars in the skies, and I swear, like a shadow that's by your side. I see the questions in your eyes. I know what's weighing on your mind. You can be sure I know my part, 'cause I stand beside you through the years. You'll only cry those happy tears, and though I make mistakes, I'll never break your heart. And I swear, by the moon and the stars and the skies, I'll be there
us part. I'll love you with every beat of my heart, and I swear. I'll give you everything I can. I'll build your dreams with these two hands. We'll hang some memories on the walls. And when just the two of us are there, you won't have to ask if I still care. 'Cause as the time turns the page, my love won't age at all. And I swear, by the moon and the stars and the stars, I'll be there. I swear, like the shadow that's by your side, I'll be there. For better or worse, till death do us part. I'll love you with every beat of my heart, and I swear. I swear, by the moon and the stars and the sky, I'll be there. I swear, like the shadow that's by your side, I'll be there. For better or worse, till death do us part. I'll love you with every single beat of my heart. I swear.
Tick tock, you don't stop, stop to the hard. Tick tock, you don't stop, stop to the hard.
Come inside, take off your coat, I'll make you feel at home. Now let's pour a glass of wine, 'cause now we're rolling on. I've been waiting all night, so just let me hold you close to me. 'Cause I've been dying for you, girl, to make love to me. Girl, you make me feel real good. We can do it till we both wake up. Girl, you know I'm hooked on you. And this is what I'll do. I wanna sex you up all night. I want you right too. I wanna sex you up. Let me take off all your clothes. Disconnect the phone so nobody knows. Yeah. Let me light a candle so we can make it better. Making love until we drown. Dig. Girl, you know it feels real good. We can do it till we both wake up. Girl, you know I'm hooked on you. And this is what I'll do. Yeah. I wanna sex you up. Make it love until we drown. I wanna sex you up.
tell. Makes a special groove with fire inside of you. Anytime you feel danger or fear, then instantly I will appear. Oh, I'm every moment. It's all in me. Anything you want done, baby, I do it naturally. I can set your needs like rain unto the seas. I can make a rhyme of confusion in your mind. And when it comes down to some good old-fashioned love, I got it, I got it, I got it, got it, baby, baby. I'm every moment. It's all in me. Anything you want done, baby, I do it naturally. I'm every moment. It's all
as cold as ice. Shadows of a man, a face through a window, crying in the night. The night goes into morning, just another day.